Oh, yay, it worked. Oh my god, it wasn't gonna work for a second. And now it does work. This is fantastic. Hello, everybody. Hello, how are we doing today? Hi. Hi. I know my stream schedule said that this might be, My stream schedule said that this might be a review stream, but number one, might is the operative term there. Number two is maybe I will feel like doing something related to what's it called? Related to a few build reviews, a few account reviews. But prune guys, prune buff, well, prune change. Not necessarily a prune buff, prune change. But I realized let me crack open my peach mango and green tea no fizz Celsius here. There we go. Anyways, also let me open up fucking multi-chat so I can actually look at all the chats and read all the chats. Hello, how are we all doing today? Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, welcome in. Genshin Impact wants to be the worst application ever, and it wants to fucking lag out every time that I open the menu if I actually have browser windows open, so I'm not going to be able to look at all these chats. But I do have OBS open, and I do get to see the chats mixed together in OBS, so I'm probably going to miss more messages than I usually do. Please still tell me she's team-wide attack buffs. Okay, so please tell me she team-wide attack buffs and infuses her damage. Okay, well, she actually never did either of those things. Fun fact, she actually never did either of those things. The infusion was a misunderstanding on my part, and the team-wide attack buff was, I believe, a translation error. She hasn't done a team-wide attack buff at C6, I believe, ever. I guess so. Anyone else got an exam tomorrow? I want to commiserate. Hi, Cerebellum. How you doing? Why did I say Cerebellum? Cerebellum.
Sure.
But she does. What the fuck does she do? What does she even do? So that C6 buff was not a full party buff. It was nearby active characters. So it was the same situation. It was why I got confused about a Nefa burst, because it uses horrible, stupid, disgusting language where it says all nearby party members, but then it sneaks that little fucking active in there, and it means, oh no, it actually only means the party member on field. And originally, when her kit first got translated, the all nearby party member, all nearby party members part, that got translated, but the active part did not. So, that is what her C6 does. She still gives a flat 350 attack buff at C6, but it's only to herself and the on-fielder. So it's the same as in Efa, it's the same as, I don't fucking know who else does this, but I swear another character does this. Yeah, she has an on-fielder buff. So anyways, I kind of want to open this up because some shit got moved around. Some shit got moved around in her kit, and now, before, I was pretty confident that she wasn't going to be an upgrade for... She was going to be an upgrade for Varka. That's what she was designed for. She was always going to be an upgrade for Varka. But, I believe until these most recent changes, I don't think she would have been an upgrade to Venti over Faruzan. The prune buffs are literally just Catalyst only stocks. Okay, but there are also a lot of other things. There are a lot of other awesome things. I'm happy that Catalyst only is getting a new unit, but I'm happier that I'm getting a new unit. She got a few changes. I'm like, they're weird. They're weird. I shouldn't have called them buffs in the title, but I want people to click on my stream, so I have to be sensationalist. Upgrade for Crit Sucrose? Probably. Given that Crit Sucrose and Venti have, similar damage, well, not similar, like, DPS, but they have similar, damage spreads. They have similar proportions of animo and non-animo damage. But yeah, let's fucking open this up, because I need to talk about this, because a few things changed, some meaningful stuff changed. Boom. Oh, hello, Tiny. Hello, Tiny. Well, first things first. First things truly first. Also, hello everybody that I didn't say hello to. Can I still do DPS Prune? Yeah, she is meant to deal significant talent damage within her kit. So she never infused, but she does deal off-field damage of other elemental types, of not just animo damage. She has it. She doesn't infuse. Instead, what she does is whenever she triggers a swirl with her burst, she deals an instance of damage matching the element that she swirled. Happy 13K, thank you so much. Also, hello, how are you doing? What's this redeem? I don't fucking know, because I can't see the goddamn review or the redeem queue. I hate it. I hate it here. I hate it here. I'm just opening up the redeem queue on the side. There's gotta be stream elements, stream element live docs, activity feed. Oh, nope, never mind, it broke. I tried to open my stream elements activity feed doc, and it closed all my docs instead. There we go. There we fucking go. What's this redeem? Oh, that redeem was last stream that we were doing. One of our chatters got IP banned from Twitch and could only talk through redeems. So we gave them a fucking, we gave them a 1-point redeem just so they could use chat messages. Anyways, number one, most important thing that needs to happen. Yesterday was Ayato. Trying to keep up with my internet is so bad. I love the storytelling there, where you started to type that message previously and you sent it too early, proving that your internet is too bad. Gretel buff, stop calling her that and it might be a buff. If you stop calling her Gretel, if you call her by her real name, Prune, it's a buff. It's a change. It's a lot of changes, but a lot of them do result in net buffs. Real Xingqiu moment? Can it literally be anybody else? No. Farina is the only other... Well, no, Dahlia is a Hydra Sword wielder, but it has to be before Ayato, so... Oopsie daisy. Oopsie daisy. He who wishes to peer into the abyss needs to simply wander through Nod Cry on a Flynn's night. This motherfucker won't shut up. I know that line. Hello? Nilu Erasure is crazy. Okay, well, Nilu also didn't come out before, what's it called? So it doesn't count. Let's all just collectively ignore my failed message. Unfortunately, I can't. Unfortunately, it's too funny. I can't ignore it. Nilu is my favorite Inazuma unit. Yeah, that came out before 2.6. And hi, Robbie. How you doing? And hello. I keep saying it. Hello, everybody that I didn't say hello to that said hello to me. But until Genshin Impact wants to stop being fucky, this is what we gotta do. Pin it? I can't pin anything. I can't pin anything because I don't have fucking YouTube chat open because Genshin Impact sucks. I'm not allowed to pin anything. Anyways, who the fuck is this? No, that's an hourglass. Okay. I was like, is that like a dude standing? No, that's definitely an hourglass. Genshin useless game, everyone uninstall. True and real. Everybody uninstall immediately. Worst game ever fucking made. It's not Sethos. What the hell is that? I was just like, I just see an hourglass. I'm gonna guess Sethos. Is this like a lunar thing? I remember when I doom posted Nilu. You fucking doom post everybody. Okay? Acting like Nilu got any special treatment. This looks like a lunar thing to me. That looks like a little moon. No, I don't. I'll believe it when I see it. I didn't doom post Linnea. I could probably find it if I looked hard enough. Giving Sumeru character? Is it giving Sumeru character? I never doom posted Lohan. Lohan isn't out. I love doom posting. Hi Rump, how you doing? What the fuck is going on, man? English or Spanish? English, please. I think you know that by now, but I guess nice that you asked. I have no fucking clue what this is. I feel like I've never seen this before in my life. Can you smile? No, not today. Not until we look at the prune buffs. English or Spanish is a dumb meme on TikTok. I was happier before I knew that. I'd say this is Lisa. Hold on. I don't know why. No, okay, it's not. Like, this looks like a fucking... This is a lunar unit. This is a lunar unit. It has the moon. But I don't... It's a lunar unit that I don't have. Is this Itlua? What? Normal attack 1 hit? This is fake. This is not a real... It's like glitched. What the fuck? Okay, I reloaded it and it's still alright. Normal attack 1 hit. That's not a... There is no ability in the game called normal attack 1 hit. Is good for me too. I'm guessing it's just like for the day it's fucked up. I'm gonna guess the buy because yeah, this is... What? Like... No, you don't have anything. Let's just go through every single fucking Dendro character in the goddamn game, okay? Because we know it's Dendro. We know it's Dendro, so we're just gonna cheat. Nefer Lauma, it's literally not. That's why I was like, I immediately was like, I know it's not Nefer Lauma because I know Nefer and Lauma. I know neither of them have that symbol. Durin skill swaps the normal attack symbol. Might be something like that. They have never done that before. They have never done that before. I think it's Lauma. Well, it's not an ability that Lauma has. It is just literally not an ability that Lauma has. It's just a different thing. Look, you can look at the fucking picture there, and you can look at all the symbols that she has. And what if it's mannequin? It's not mannequin. It's not mannequin. I'm double checking to make certain, to make 1,000,000% sure it's not mannequin. I may have insider info. I'm not doing this fucking... If it's Lauma, like it's literally just not. Like, the game doesn't work if it's not going to use symbols that are in-game. Navia. Wow. Is it bad that I guess Llama is my second guess and didn't even question it? It is a little bit. Because that's not a fucking ability in the game. This is broken. Like, is there a report function here? Is there like a thing to report a bug? It's Lauma's C6 Llama C6 is not called normal attack one hit. Do they include cons? I have never seen a constellation in any of these. I have played the shit out of this mode. It is Llama C6. That's not real. That's not real. They have never included constellations beforehand. That's not an ability. It's not called normal attack one hit. It's called I offer blood and tears to the moonlight. It's just other shit. They just like this is just incorrect. Tooltip perhaps? Who the fuck looks at cons? Nobody. That's why it's called daily ability and not daily constellation. They got the C6 and normal attack logo mixed up. Well, the thing is that the normal attack picture, it's always the same for the weapon type. Like, Catalyst normal attacks always look like this. So, like, that's what also pisses me off is the fact that it's called fucking normal attack one hit, that we wouldn't be able to tell. We wouldn't be able to tell who it was based on the normal attack symbol because they're all the fucking same. Anyways, let's stop thinking about that, okay? Let's stop thinking about that. And let's look at what really matters. Let's look at what really matters. Okay? Let's look at what really fucking matters today. Hi Madme's, hi Foxtronaut, and Sylvie, and insert. Crazy that she becomes bald and named Saitama when she gets C6. It really is wild. I can't believe they're really stepping up their game when it comes to introducing like new aesthetic features at higher constellations. Anyways, what got changed? This is the first big thing that got changed, which it actually hasn't been updated yet. This is her buff thing. Whenever her burst hits opponents, or whenever the swirl, the hammer that she gets after triggering a swirl, whenever that hits opponents, she gives a buff to the entire party based on her attack. It buffs normal, charged, plunging, and elemental skills and bursts, just all your regular talent damage. Previously, it was every one attack exceeding 1,000 will give her 0.01 damage bonus for the entire team, capped out at 35%. Excuse me. It's capped out at 35% damage bonus. That means it capped out at 4,500 attack, 4,500. And now the new version of it is instead of capping out at 35% damage bonus max buff, it caps out at 50% damage bonus. It additionally gives you more damage bonus per point of attack, but the threshold, instead of being every point of attack above 1,000, it's every point of attack above 2,000. I don't know if I feel like I said that in a really, really backwards order. But the old conditions were every point of attack above 1,000, she gets 0.01 damage bonus for the entire team, capping out at 35%. Now it's every point of attack above 2,000, she gives 0.02% attack to the entire team for a total of 50% max. It actually, the math comes out to have the exact same cap. You get a higher buff of 50% instead of 35%, but the buff has the exact same cap of 4,500 attack, but you need to be above 2,000 attack instead of 1,000 attack to get it now, and that has a few implications. Number one is that it just is going to make her it's going to make TTDS a fair bit worse on her, because TTDS having such a low base attack is going to make it significantly harder for you to crack that 2,000 attack breakpoint and actually start getting a decent amount of buffing going on, whereas previously you might be able to get away with sacrificing some of her buffing to put her on a lower base attack weapon, and then TTDS passive provides a good amount of value. Now that's not so much the case. Now you mostly want to be doing, what's it called? Now you mostly want to be probably doing, Fav Codex. If you have Oathsworn Eye, you can use that. If you have a Skyward Atlas, you can use that. But now she just has more incentive because her buff is stronger, and she has more incentive to be building into her attack buff and getting high base attack weapons, and therefore straying away from TTDS. The second thing is that it makes her a little bit more hex reliant because she has this hex passive, which this actually also got changed a little bit, where when she's in secret right, so when you have two hex characters, if any hex character triggers a reaction at all, she buffs her own attack by 45%. That is a pretty substantial buff, and that buff is going to help her, reach that 2000 attack breakpoint and make her start doing some serious buffing. So she's going to be a little bit more reliant on Hex now, and she's also going to be a little bit more Constellation reliant because C2 is another source of a stupid, fucking ridiculous amount of attack for her. What other stuff do I have to say? Oh yeah, so the second part of her Hex passive is that if the Hex character... So her Hex passive is essentially split into two pieces, where it's if any Hex character triggers a reaction, she gets an additional 45% attack. But if that Hex character triggers a swirl, then they also get... Originally, it was a 20% attack buff, but now it just got increased to a 30% attack buff. So that... she got more buffing potential. She's going to be a little bit harder to build, and she's going to have a little bit harder hex restrictions. But now she just has more numbers in her kit. She buffs 10% more attack. She buffs 15% more damage bonus if you manage to max out her buff. But like I mentioned, gonna be more difficult to build, gonna be more difficult to slot into teams. So now I'm wondering about Faruzan. What are her Yarnies looking like? I don't even know. What's her particle gen? Is it like 3 particles on skill usage? Venti out of a job? What do you mean? Look, all right. We need to stop fucking acting like if it was ever Venti's intended purpose to be a Varka support. His buffs came out at the exact same goddamn time as the Sucrose buffs, and Venti and Sucrose basically gave the same amount of stats to Varka as each other. If they actually wanted Venti to be Varka's best in slot support, they would have balanced him more favorably. They balance Venti to be an on-field DPS that can also be a Varka support for a little bit while we stall and we wait to get an actual real fucking Varka support. But yeah, DPS Venti is getting buffed. Big Funny buffed. I believe, because previously, what was it? Going up against Faruzan just had too much good shit. Of course, the reason Faruzan wasn't good with Varka is that she buffs animo damage, and he does not do majority animo damage. He deals majority damage of whatever element he is absorbing. But Venti does very, very little non-animo damage. So, he still wanted to be using Faruzan because Faruzan's buffs were still ridiculous enough that they, I believe, outscaled Prune, but they were very, very close. The C6 Prune and a C6 Faruzan were still pretty close when it came to supporting Venti. Now I think C6 Prune just kind of fucking dogs Faruzan, especially with Nicole. Because a lot of Prune's buffing potential is in her attack buffing, and now that we are going to be replacing Bennett with Nicole, Venti is going to be getting less attack and more damage bonus. So Prune, who instead gives attack instead of damage bonus, unlike Faruzan, who mostly just gives damage bonus and a little bit of res shred. Prune is seeming to whoop Faruzan, it seems. Because so much of what Faruzan brings to animo teams is that she is a very, very rare source of animo res shred. But of course, res shred has diminishing returns past the first unit, or diminishing returns past 0% enemy resistance. So bringing more res shredders, you already have Durin in the team, and you're not fucking replacing Durin. I can tell you that much. You already have Durin in the team, so you already have your res shred needs taken care of. So now that Prune has come along and given more other sort of stats, and crit, yeah. Faruzan does also give crit damage, which was another part of her buffs, but Prune is very likely coming along. Would be better than for Wanderer? Probably. It's gonna be closer because her passive, Her passive requires that a Hex character be the one to trigger a swirl for her to give them an attack buff. Does that make any fucking sense? I feel like I said that backwards. She has a passive that buffs attack when your on-fielder triggers a swirl, but your on-fielder has to be a Hexerai unit triggering a swirl. So right now, it's only a Venti, Varka, and Sucrose buff. But, I'm trying to think. She probably still has like a pretty decent chance of being better than Farazan in Wanderer teams. She's a little bit less competitive because she doesn't have that 20% or that 30% attack buff that Prune is going to be giving to Venti. Excuse me, fuck me. Venti and Varka. Yeah, also Farazan gives a shitload of energy, is a nice thing to have. So that's why Farazan how's Farazan doing in Shao teams? I imagine Farazan's still doing just absolutely fine in Shao teams, because that's another big thing that she gives, is she gives way too many fucking particles. Because her C6 allows her to deal skill damage off field, and that generates particles. We ball play 4-piece wins Prune, true and real. I don't know why, but true and real we're playing 4-piece wins Prune. Anyways, she is supposed to have significant damage within her kit because she's building a fuckload of attack. So, what is this? When her burst hits off field, I am planning on bringing her burst to level 8. She deals 112% motion value as residual damage off field with her burst, which really isn't a lot. But she gains an additional 150% of converted damage. When she triggers a swirl, she gets an instance of damage of whatever element she swirled. So combined, that is, assuming that this hits every other second and has no ICD, that is a total motion value of 160, 170, depending on your talent level. That's pretty decent. Like, that's not the highest motion value in the world, but for a character who is going to be building as much attack as she is, and she's going to be catching a lot of stray buffs, like this buff, this damage bonus buff, it applies to herself. She's going to be giving herself a fuckload of attack through this passive, through her C2. She is going to be catching the Hex supportive set is a full party buff. It's basically scroll for Hex, and she's going to be able to buff both of her elements of damage, both Animo and whatever the fuck element she's swirling and dealing damage of. So if you're able to just get a decent amount of crit in your substats, Prune is actually going to be dealing a significant amount of damage in your Varka teams, in your Venti teams, in your whatever else teams. For the purposes of Wanderer, I would definitely prioritize Nicole first. I mean, they're probably going to be on the same banner, so you're probably just going to get copies of Prune going for Nicole. But right now, Nicole is going to be far more of an increase to Wanderer, because she's going to give him an incredible quality of life increase with the shield, with no circle impact. She's going to enable, her and Durin are going to enable double Hex. I feel like you probably do still want to be running Farazan, though. Very glad we're putting the energy cons on C1 for 4 stars. That is a nice, cool thing. That is a really, really nice, fun thing. 2 energy. This effect can occur once every 1.8 seconds. This also makes me assume that Prune is going to hit every 2 seconds. Because she has this energy passive. She gets 2 energy whenever her Bane Hunter Oathhammer, that's the converted damage that she does after triggering a swirl. She gets 2 energy after she does that, after she hits with that fucking hammer. And it has a 1.8 second cooldown. Usually what they do for these passives is they give it a cooldown that's just a little bit shorter than how frequently the ability hits, so they can guarantee that you get the proc on every single time the ability hits. So that's a cool thing. Only 12 rolls of crit. She does 11k in Varka teams. That's what I'm saying. She just gets a bunch of stray buffs. You're getting Nicole buffs as well. Keep in mind, Prune can use the new support Hex set. Faru can't. Well, yeah, but you would never really be running Prune on the Hex supportive set anyways. You can. It's like usually if you have Prune in the team, there's also going to be another character that can be using the hex set anyways. And usually I'd just say probably goes to Nicole. Probably goes to Nicole. And then you can throw, if you're doing like an Animo on fielder, so if you don't need VV on Prune, then you can do probably just Noblesse on her, right? I'm not forgetting any set. You just do Noblesse. You're on wins for DPS. You could put her on wins. You could very well put her on wins. That is a real thing that you can do. It's going to make her buff a little bit easier to get. Like, you're sacrificing stuff. You're doubtlessly sacrificing stuff by putting her on wins, but the fact that she already has incentives to be building attack through her buff, and she deals her own significant personal damage, there is going to be real reason to put her on wins occasionally. Like, I don't know. Probably, like, in a Xiao team, I imagine. If you're running her in a Xiao team, which I don't know if you do that, because you do lose a decent amount of value by not getting that 30% attack buff. 30% attack is a fucking lot. 30% attack is not a small amount of attack. 20% already wasn't bad, but 30% is now especially not bad. Can clearly put her on the Super Induct set. Yeah, absolutely. Clearly. What SFX are happening with Prune? We'll just pray. We'll just pray that we don't get a boom every single time her fucking burst hits. We can pray. For the love of God. Anyways. Is she in the fucking what's it called yet? Is she in the what's it called? Get. Yes. Wow. Beautiful. Look at that. Counter, shut up. Tapping the enhancement tag. Hexarai near their name. Wow. Incredible. I can make her name blue if I want to. Or I can make the Hexarai blue if I want to. Anyways, I don't even want to be using Prune. I want to be using... Let's pull out Venti. Okay? Cancel. Shut up. Let's pull out Venti, okay? And I'm going to be using my own Venti. I'm basically just going to be using my own Venti here. Okay, so we're going to go... Sig Venti. And we're testing... What is it? If it's close, then, I mean, Farazan also has some significant personal damage of her own, but Prune's personal damage is going to be better. So, if they're close, then Prune just wins out, because Prune is going to be dealing more damage of her own. Are the reviews supposed to be closed? They are not. They are not supposed to be closed. Thank you for asking. No, I'm not rating out. What the fuck is wrong with me? What's the website? Do you seriously not know it? GI damage calculator.web.app. I thought this was like a commonly used tool. I mean, I use it when I'm too fucking lazy to actually do calcs. And it just makes shit easier. It just makes shit easier. Anyways, let me turn on... Oh, QSong and character review. Alright. They should both be on. Those should both be on. We are running... Nicole? What? Yes. Durin? Where Durin? Durin. Damn. Look at this shit. It's gonna be all fucking hex units. It's gonna be 4 hex unit team. Thank God they didn't do any stupid bullshit with Nicole's kit wanting more than 2 hex units at any given time. Barely even wanting 1 hex unit. If I see anybody complaining about Nicole balance for the entire stream, mods, could you just do me a favor and time them out for a good 10 seconds? I would roll for Prune Cons and Standard Banner if her hammer SFX is the Taco Bell bell. We can make it happen. We can make this shit happen, okay? Skyward Atlas, so not gonna be buffing weapon. I am going to have him on his SIG, because I am testing my own stuff right now. I am interested in testing my own stuff. So, Tenacity. Noblesse. No. No, not Deepwood. Noblesse. And which one is which? Heaven's Gift and Disenchantment and Deep Shadow? What is this? Artifacts. Okay, Disenchantment is the Superconduct one. I got it wrong. I was like, this one looks more like Varka, so maybe this is the fucking... is the Hex one. But I only want my favorite characters to be unbalanced. Give me the fucking... I'm gonna complain about power creep until it isn't happening to the characters that I want. I'm gonna complain about fucking power creep until the character that I want to play isn't power creep. And then no, please, power creep. Come on, guys, please. Can we make her power creep Bennett, please? Come on. I wanted to power creep Bennett so bad. Shut up. Stop fucking talking. You don't deserve to have an opinion if you say that. There we go. Let's just do this. Let's just do this. Everything's blue. Blution Impact. Heavy Blution Impact. Everything is blue. What the fuck? Why is Disenchantment there? That's a good question. When a character attacks an opponent affected by Superconduct, this attack's crit rate is affected. I have no idea. I have no clue. The song was already turned, so here's a bell-ass character. Hi, Ratsmacker, how you doing? This will be the Yeet of Genshin Impact. That's why we like Prune. I better be seeing edits. I better be fucking seeing edits, okay? I better be seeing Prune edits. I also, you know what? I don't know. So let's just test this out against each other. Because I was thinking the other day, I was like, I feel like Venti, once Nicole comes out, it is very, very possible that Venti will want to start using attack percent goblets instead of damage percent goblets. Because boy gets so much fucking damage bonus. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like between the Hex set, Farazan or Prune, both of them give him a fuckload of damage bonus. It was the SIG that really, really changed things, because the SIG gives a bunch of damage bonus and no attack percent. I'm really, really curious to see. I'm really, really curious to compare attack and damage bonus goblets against each other, because already in Venti's current teams, when you have Bennett and no Hex set, so that's more attack than he would have in Nicole teams and less damage bonus that he would have in Nicole teams, attack percent goblets and damage bonus goblets are already very, very close to each other. Let's do talents. 10, 8, 10. Fire on Tenacity also gives attack. Yeah, and well, actually, yeah. What the fuck are we going to be running Prune on in Venti teams? That's a good point. Prune doesn't have a good set in Venti teams. I guess you do Prune on Noblesse and then Durin also on Winds. Or you could do Winds Prune. Or indeed you could do Winds Prune. Also, I will indeed get to that character review. I did see the Varka character review. VV Prune for Durin damage? Maybe? maybe between like Nicole, a lot of her power is in giving buffs to the full team, so maybe that'll tip the scales. Potentially. Vivi probably isn't a terrible choice. I imagine it's probably not. Like I don't think there are any good choices. So it's like, yeah, maybe Vivi, maybe you wins her, maybe you wins Durin and you noblesse her. That probably is the real solution. Like if you're really trying to min-max Durin damage, instead of putting her on Vivi and just getting more res shred, you want to be putting Durin on a damaging set and getting her on noblesse. I'm lost. Prune is a 4-star. Prune is a 4-star. That's why she's awesome, and that's why I care about her. And that's why I give a fuck. That's why I give a fuck. Why are we not talking about Scroll Prune? You make a point. You really do make a point. But again, like, is Scroll Prune going to be significantly different from Vivi Prune for Durin, or Noblesse Prune so that Durin can go on DPS set? Does she replace Bennett in a Venti team? Yes. With Bennett? No. Nicole replaces Bennett. She replaces Farazan. Maybe. Venti is just a Prune support, and you can do that. This is why Venti is better than Varka. Sorry guys. I really like Venti. I don't know if you guys can tell. Venti is one of my favorite carries. You can unironically use Venti as a support. Because Venti has more support. Like, he has real supportive things in his kit. There was a reason why he is being used currently in Varka teams as like a fucking placeholder until Prune comes out. Because he has real supportive capability. Okay. Target level 90. Let me lock in. Let's just pull up some artifacts. Let's stop getting mad about Lauma. And let us pull up... What are my options on Venti right now? My Venti build got okay, I think. It became alright, I guess. I know you guys can't see anything right now. I'm doing it on purpose. Do I do a crit damage circlet, or I think I'd still do a crit rate circlet. Alright, I'll let you guys I'll let you guys see what's going on so you're not so confused. But yeah, fucking... Take that back. Venti energy refund goes crazy, right? Please, now, like, any hopes for more Venti buffs I think are over. But please, for the love of God, Venti, if you ever get a revisit, please also restore 15 energy to all of the other Animo units on the team. For the love of God. Because right now, his energy refund is... Obviously, it's 15 to him, no matter what, so he automatically gets 15 energy. His burst is basically a 45 cost instead of a 60 cost. But also, if he gets an absorption, he will give 15 energy to all of the party members of a corresponding element. But I really want there to be another line that says, if an elemental absorption occurred, then you also give 15 energy to all your Animo units. That would be awesome. That would fucking rock. And it's not like it would even change anything, because Varka has a shit-ass burst, and he never fucking uses it regardless. So, like, come on, Hoyo. Just give it to us. Just fucking give it to us. Just absorb Animo? My bad. I truly wasn't thinking. Anyways. 7.8 and 20. Let me get you guys back up. To speed. Funny they didn't give him Animo energy refund because Varka's burst his ass. I mean, I don't think they didn't change the passive at all. I think they didn't give him an energy refund because they wanted you to play him as the only Animo unit in the team. Or that's just generally what the design... Like, not that they really wanted you to do that, but, like, they just didn't expect you to be playing other Animo units in the team. Because there wasn't a reason to when he first came out. You know, you played Venti for VV, you played Venti for grouping. Why the fuck do you want another Animo unit in the team if you already got VV going? 22.5 and 7 crit rate. 22.5. 7 crit rate. Not 70. Not 70. I also didn't even check. Oh, oops. I didn't swap back to my crit rate circlet. Crit rate. Okay, cool. He's 72, 185. So 92, 185 when accounting for the 4-piece bonus. You forgot to input the 19 flat defense. My bad. 10.5 crit rate, 14 crit damage. No, not 13, 14. Thank you. Goblet is 11.3, 13.2. Man, I have no attack percent rolls on my shit. So this is also probably going to be a factor in making an attack percent goblet potentially better. And then, okay, I have a few attack rolls on my circlet. I have 21 crit damage and 11.1 attack percent. Crit rate, please. 21. What's 9 plus 10? Okay, that's everything. That's all relevant stats. Team bonus. Yes, we have Hexerai, right? I turned on the Hexerai. I turned on the Hexerai. Sure. He fucking gets a pyro absorption. Doesn't get a that. Stormeye is active. Yes, indeed. There we fucking go, baby. Hexerai secret right. Yeah, he has that. Yeah, he has that. Okay. What the fuck is this? It is upgraded. Why do I have to do the math? I don't have to do the math. Her buff counts out at 4,000. And the skill is level 10. Right? That can be upgraded. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. It's all correct. Glad I skipped all the Hexerai stuff because I've only gotten shit pieces on wins. Have you considered that they could read your aura? That they could sense your evil energy? And they said, fuck you. Also, I missed the hydrate from 10 minutes ago from Ratsmacker. Thank you, Ratsmacker. I hydrated now. Sound contemplation in this mode. NK import, please? No. I'm not doing that. Cannot chain two. No, you can't chain two in a row. You only get one review every stream. Every person only gets one review every stream because I don't want to. I never want to get too sidetracked. In this mode, what the fuck am I doing? Arcane projection. This doesn't matter. This doesn't fucking matter. This doesn't matter at all. But I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna say she hits 4,000 even. Party member has Grace or Kenosis. I don't have C4. No. Durin. What the fuck is? Okay. Okay. Durin, Farazan, yes. Elemental burst level 10. 10. Ascension 4 doesn't matter. I'm not going to include that. Constellation 6 she does have. Goddamn, I have so much bullshit to be doing. Daybreak, perfect. He has full stacks. Athame, yes. Day carved, which is homework. These numbers are starting to look correct. Heaven's Gift. Active members element is Animo. Using an elemental burst increases all party members' attack by 20%. Yes. Tenacity, yes. Okay. And then debuffs. And then debuffs. Elemental Events is such a funny name. Review my one-hit kill normal attack Lauma. Okay, you got it. I have 2 fucking Skirks lined up? Hold on. Constellation, Ascension 1. Yeah. Evolved Element. Animo. Ooh, baby. Yeah, that got bigger. Yes, also that. Beautiful. That's everything. That should be everything. So now we're looking at hit from his normal attack. 2,700. It's 2 hits. 2,700, 27,000. 2,700, imagine. Venti does almost 3,000 damage for a normal attack. 60k, 70k. How much does a hit on his burst do? It does 2,000 or 24,000. 2,400, I almost said again. What the fuck is wrong with me? Unironically, probably have a top 1% Columbina build. Well, congratulations. Good on you. Farming for wins when I pulled no lunar units is so painful. I am really not excited for the next domain to come out. I am very much not excited for the Hex supportive set domain. Because I currently, maybe my plans will change. Maybe I like Sandrone as a character, but like, I do fully expect Sandrone to be the Superconduct character. And, I'm not really interested. I'm really, like, if they're just gonna do the same shit that they did with Nod Cry, again with Shiznaya, but this time it's Cryo instead of Hydro, I don't give a fuck. I kind of fucking hate. I am most likely going to hate. I'm also setting myself up for hatred, so like keep that in mind. I'm going into all of this with a negative mindset, but I really do not expect that I am going to have a high opinion of Sandrone's kit, and I probably won't pull her first time around. I might pick her up on a rerun if I care about her as a character, which I think is probably just what I'm going to do from now on. If I care about a unit as a unit, I'll pick them up on their debut. If I care about them as a character, I'll probably get them on a rerun. But yeah, I don't have high hopes. I don't have high hopes, and I don't think I'm going to make very much use out of that set. And I am going to be in that domain because I am going to be putting that set on every single one of my fucking Hex units. That's a Mona set, that's an Albedo set, that's a Durin set, that's a Nicole set, that's a official set. Skipping all of Schneider's for Inazuma Chronicled, don't play, you're so right. Except for me, it's for Fontaine Chronicled. Because I want Clorand and I want Sijuin, but I don't have the resources to pick them up now, because I also want Nicole and I want Prune. So I can only pick up Emily's signature for now. Anyways, and I'm not going to be able to get them until the next Chronicled, so I'm really sad. Reconnecting with nature after I'm on my 4th build for Durin. We love Durin. We love Durin, all right? You motherfuckers, hey, all right, look me in my eyes. Look me in my eyes for a second. You people cannot be complaining about, like, if you're going to complain about how every character only has one set that you bother using now and it's a fucking wash to farm anything else, you can't complain about how you've had to farm 3 different sets for Durin, okay? You can't have it both ways. You either have a best in slot set on every single unit, or you have units that have flexible artifact sets and that have multiple sets that you have to fucking farm. You gotta deal with one of the downsides. Me personally, I'm gonna have to deal with I will personally choose dealing with the downside of swapping sets all the time and having to farm a million sets, because a unit having multiple engaging options for a set is way fucking cooler than only ever having one set that is worth it to farm. Durin 101 will rival Christopher Nolan in runtime. It fucking might. It will. Especially, I'm going to have to spend so much time talking about Nicole, and she's not going to be out because, like, effectively, like, Nicole is not Hex Columbina. That is just not what she is going to be. Like, she's not filling all of the same roles, but she kind of is in the way that, like, for Varka teams at least, she's not, or really most of your teams. It's for Varka teams, it's for Venti teams, it's for, well, Razor teams still run Bennett. I don't know who the fuck else you want to run. She's not an upgrade for your on-fielders, she's an upgrade for your off-fielders. So it's like a similar situation to how Columbina is related to Ino. Like Columbina doesn't give any more buffs than Ino does to your on-fielder, but she's better because, well, Columbina deals damage, but Nicole doesn't, but whatever, that's not a big issue. Columbina is better because she buffs your entire party, and your off-field units are dealing significant damage or just doing significant things in Lunar teams. Like in Bloom teams, Lauma isn't dealing significant damage, but Columbina gives her extra Verdant dues so that she can do a hold skills, that she can buff more shit. Nicole is going to be a similar thing when it comes to Varka teams, when it comes to Venti teams. She is not going to be making your on-fielder deal any more damage, but she is going to make your off-fielders deal more damage. So she's kind of more like a constellation for your Durin than she is an upgrade to your Varka. She is an upgrade to your Varka in quality of life. She's a fantastic upgrade to your Varka in quality of life. You probably, if you care about Varka, if you play nothing but Varka, even though Nicole isn't a massive increase for Varka teams, you probably want Nicole because of how much of a quality of life increase she is. Anyways, I'm supposed to be doing this. Nicole is for Emily, True, and Real, and I'm going to be making an Emily update video sometime soon. I don't know. It'll probably be Emily update video and then Durin 101. Because I'm slowing down on video production overall. But I'm going to have to make an Emily update video. We don't hope they make... What the fuck? I really hope they don't make all the new reactions locked to 5 stars. I fear they will do exactly that. I have very little hope. for Snezhnaya. I already hate Snezhnaya. I'm doom posting Snezhnaya like a million years before it comes out. And also, oh yeah, there was that thing. Apparently, there's gonna be like a teaser live stream for Snezhnaya. I don't know. It's on Friday. It's pretty early in the morning. Do I want to do a stream about it? I'm just gonna be mean and angry, but people like it when I'm mean and angry. That's what they come to the streams for. So maybe I will do it. Maybe I fucking will do it. Anyways, 24,000 on crit on Venti Burst. 2759. Okay, cool. Pretty easy. I just have to do a quick little replace a Faruzan with replacing a Prune. Shut up. Sure, she's Hex. Will do. How realistic is it gonna be that she can actually hit her max attack? I don't really know that right now. Let's do assumed max attack buff or max damage bonus buff. For now, let's just assume that she is giving the maximum buff that she can. Let's also give her a Skyward Atlas. And then we come to the issue of what set. And then we come to the issue of what fucking set she's going to be using. Ryo Boost incoming? Ryo Boost incoming, yeah, sort of. It's impossible, basically. I don't trust that. Day 21 of Stream Streak. Congratulations, Andros. Hi. How you doing? I think the stream is just about the designs and stuff. Yeah, I'm like looking at this, and it's just going to be like... We got this exact same stream last year when it came to Nod Cry, where we all got so excited about, oh, they're going to do this massive thing. They're going to give us a massive new fucking reveal. And then it was like devs talking about like, oh yeah, we want to change things up for the year. And then they didn't. And then they didn't change anything up. They just wrote another bad story. Sorry guys. I'm complaining. She's 4.5k attack and has a base of 221. Yeah, I know. I understand. Sorry, guys. I also... The Nod Cry retrospective is going to be something. I feel like how I feel about Nod Cry and how I feel about Flint's are very, very, like, similar. There are aspects I like, and I sort of can appreciate the design in a vacuum, but when you take into mind all the other design trends, all the other units, It was boring and stupid and I hated it. I probably shouldn't say, like, I should articulate myself better, but I don't want to right now. Sorry. I'm calking. Let's do, you know what? Let's say fuck it. And for now, let's not put her on a supportive set because let's say she's on wins so that she does have the potential of maxing out her buff. Already, hold on. 18. How much is Farazan increasing that? So Farazan on her own, 18084 is the hit of our first normal attack on a crit. Where the fuck is Farazan? There she is. Tenacity of the Mealy-leth. And then we do tenacity teammates. It's got me seriously fucked up. I'm sorry, I'm looking. Where's the Nicole hit? Oh, extra arcane projection Nicole. Farazan level 10. That doesn't matter because I'm not including it. We do see 6. Am I doing everything there? No, I'm not doing everything there. The last thing, there's a debuff. There we go. There we go. There it is. 27 to 11. 27 to 11 on that first hit. Voices. Voices what? Voices who? The voices. Only thing that changed was the version titles. Luna 8 is just 6.7 censorship. Indeed it is. And that still pisses me the fuck off because they're still making it version. It's still the 6.x cycle. It's still the 6.x cycle. Okay, Prune doesn't have any debuffs. Yeah, Prune don't have no debuffs. Prune just have buffs. Teammates. They're in Prune. Tolling Rally. We'll say she gives 4,500. Trigger reaction. Right? Wait. Is that attributes? Yeah, okay. That's the buff that it's counting. Constellation. Yeah, she does get Constellation 6. Jesus Christ, Venti is at fucking 4 Dowie Wowie attack. 4,300 attack. Jeebus. And then that's it, right? It's just that. It's Secret Right. It's C6. Wonderful. And then we have to add some custom buffs. He gets an extra 15% damage bonus because we're accounting for the new prune buffs. Well, yeah, whatever. We'll just do... He gets a 15% extra damage bonus because she got buffed from giving 35 to 50 and giving an extra 10% attack, going from 20% to 30%. Boom, wonderful. 24,664? Is that lower? I believe that's lower. Right? 24,664 versus what the fuck was Farazan at? Genshin, this economy. Hi, Melon Lord. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm still addicted. Sure, I've been pulling some bullshit the entire time. My account only having Linnea as the lunar character is funny as fuck. It kind of is. I do love that. I feel a little bit ashamed of how many lunar characters I pulled, and that's why I was so hesitant to be pulling on Linnea or Tsibai. Because I'm like, too many good units. I need to start pulling fucking losers. 27k-ish. That's what I was thinking. Personal damage will make up for it. Well, Farazan also has significant personal damage that will also be buffed by Nicole. Not as much, but she has decent multipliers in her kit. She buffs her own she's gonna be getting a chunky attack buff, and that's gonna be nice. I've been considering crowning Farazan skill. I don't have the crowns for it. I can't be considering crowning Farazan skill, but Farazan does some real fucking damage. Set up the viewer polls? Yeah, I do need to set up the viewer polls. I was thinking about that before I started stream. That's lower. That's lower. Am I missing anything? So she gives damage bonus, she gives attack percent, she gives flat attack. I think that's everything. So it seems that Farazan will still be better. Because, yeah, we're just going to have to end up testing this. I fear we are going to have to end up testing this. I could also go into DPS dummy and manually, like, adjust some stats and things like that. Is Prune just as reliant on C6? No, not at all. Not at all. Prune, I think Prune is far better than Farazan for that reason, is that she has far better, she is much more usable at a baseline. You still kind of really, like, C1 and C2 are pretty impactful on her, but, like, I would rather have C1 and C2 be the impactful constellations over C6 being basically the only fucking con that matters. So Prune is going to be better than Farazan for that reason. If you have a low con Prune, she is going to be a lot more usable than Farazan. Of course, Farazan also has the benefit of energy. Hi, Pegby, how you doing? Also, I guess the factor of, let's put on tenacity. I don't think this is gonna make a difference, but if she somehow managed to get tenacity here, yeah, no, that's not making any sort of massive difference. Boop. So it seems that Farazan is just winning. That also could be an artifact thing, but I feel like the difference is so large. The difference is so large that, well, that is also the big difference about Prune, is that she gives full party buff. She gives full party damage bonus buff. So that 50% is also going to be going to Durin. Or however much percent, as much as you're going to be building for. I feel like I should just be testing this in the DPS dummy. Probably use Prune until I get C6 on Farazan, yeah. I think, from what it seems, I think Prune is actually going to be, well, she's going to be better for Varka pretty much no matter what. I think she's even going to be better for Lanyan almost no matter what, because Lanyan has a significant amount of non-animo damage in her kit. But for Venti, for Wanderer, for Xiao, I think it's going to be a lot closer, and it's going to depend on what utility you want out of each of them. Prune giving a full party buff is going to make it so that teams with off-field damage dealers are doing better, and especially because so many Animo DPS teams are going to be running Nicole now, and also going to be running Durin, often that buff is going to be going to Durin, and that'll be cool. Glad we haven't had another Farazan 4-star con thing in a while. Her C6 is genuinely evil with how they spaced out her con power. What'd they do it? I think the last time we got that was with Gaming, and even Gaming I think has a little bit better scaling. Eat water, thank you. I will indeed do that. Thank you, Cato Goose. But she is going to be a far better, she's going to be a better generic buffer now. I still think that a lot of the teams, she is probably going to be pretty heavily, not Nicole reliant, but Nicole is going to be doing a lot for Prune. Nicole is going to be doing a lot for Prune. Actually, hold on. Because Prune, that's a weird thing about Prune's passive. Let's look at that. Is because she has her Hex passive, where if you get a reaction triggered, she boosts her attack by 45% attack. But she specifically needs a Hexarai character to be triggering. Oh wait, no, never mind. I was gonna say she needs a Hexarai character to be triggering the effect. So you need an off-fielder to trigger the reaction and to give her the actual buff. But I realized, oh wait, she counts as a fucking. She counts herself for this. She is a Hexarai character that can trigger reactions. She's a Hexarai character that will be affected by the Tolling Rally effect. and she will trigger elemental reactions on opponents, and she can buff her own attack by 45%, so that's awesome. Hi, Apple Duck, how you doing? What if you use Sara with Prune and Lanyan to buff their attack and electro damage? You could do that, I guess. That could be. I mean, it's Sara, so it's gonna be weird scuff regardless. But like, I feel like there is some potential to be doing that. Yeah, that's not the worst thing in the world. That is not the worst thing in the world. What is Prune's skill multiplier? Anyways, I know before I asked how much energy she was generating, and then I ignored everybody who said it. But I did read chat, and I did see that she is generating 5 particles on her skill, which is a fucking lot. And that's really nice. She has a 70 cost burst. 70 cost just feels kind of high. But multiplier, yeah, that's not great. 320. It's like not terrible, but 320% attack. The first hit I believe is Animo, right? Yeah, dealing Animo damage if triggers a swirl. It'll be changed to Clang Clang. Which Tribution comes? Holy shit, guys. Which Tribution comes? I never noticed that. Yeah, when she triggers a swirl, that's when the second instance of damage comes out, and that is the non-animo portion of damage. She can't... What are we talking? Double tap? Why are we talking about double tapping? I don't know anything about double tapping her skill. She never uses her second hit? What? She doesn't? Oh, is now enshrouded by the element, causing Banehammer. When activated with a press. Okay, so she needs to hit a second time. Yeah. Okay. She needs to hit her skill 2 times. So, I mean, you would be doing that if you had Sara on the team. If the purpose was to buff the fuck out of Prune and do a big funny electro hit with her, you would be doing the double hit. But yeah, you don't do it normally. I was looking at the multiplier for the purpose of giga buffing it. Like that's not really a multiplier that I feel like you can do that much with. You get 327% every 15 fucking seconds. Anything to use Sara in 2026? She's not even. Hey, look, Sara with Binefa, that's a real fucking team right there, okay? You might just be like, oh, haha, it's Binefa. Binefa's carrying. But, like, Sara is giving real value to Binefa. You can do real shit with Sara and Binefa. Her normals are called Bada Boom. This is the best character ever. Hexbuster. Hexbuster, and then she is fairly Hex reliant because she gets a bunch of fucking attack to herself in Hex. And she has a really, really good Hex teammate that gives her a bunch of attack. That's cool and awesome. I have no lunar units. Well, that doesn't sound like anything to use Sara in 2026 to me. Just saying. If we're saying anything to use Sara in 2026 and then I have no lunar units, those two sound like opposite things to me. Okay. Do you want to do some reviews? I have some reviews lined up. I have a Varka from 30 minutes ago. Miko with Lanyan and Nahida C2? You're saying that's a Sara context? I guess that is a context in which you can technically use Kujo Sara. I guess you won't get killed and die if you use Sara in that context. Varka please, Varka please, Varka please. He's waiting for Prune. He is waiting for his Prune. Funny EM, funny ER. Pretty decent crit rolls. Pretty decent crit rolls. Pretty nice crit rolls. You're overcapping! You're fucking overcapping! Get out of here! So yeah, good rolls, but you are overcapping a tiny bit, so that one last minimum roll of crit rate is wasted, but whatever. You'll survive. Flat attack, baby, flat attack. That's 30, that's fine. 11 crit rate, that's looking pretty fresh. I do like that circlet. I do appreciate that circlet. Your off piece. It's probably hard to get something better than this. It's not a fantastic off piece considering. Well, you can't get a. Yeah. That's Varka. It's Varka. He has like 5 fucking stats. He has not 5 stats. He has like 3 stats that he can use. So I understand not having perfect rolls. This looks all right. This definitely looks like a functional Varka. This is like nothing crazy, nothing terrible by any means. This is just a nice functional Varka build. You're overcapping. Am I with the passing car from this song? Gonna be worse when I get a SIG. Oh yeah, it's gonna be worse. Well, in that case, I think you can give up that feather. I think we can drop this feather. I think we can drop that feather. Hello. Level 6 normal attacks. Sure. Is there a reason? Is there a particular reason? Or do we just like him? I'm okay if we just like him. But I would also like to hear any funny normal attack Varka plans. Just be me and never use a SIG on Varka. True, pull Varka SIG and only use it on Razor. Everyone... Oh, okay, yeah, my bad. I forgot. Everybody gets level 6. Everyone will get level 6, apparently. Everyone will get level 6, apparently. Okay, alright. I did click on the 2 units that you did not have at normal attack level 6. But... you did get caught with your pants down a little bit. Skirk time. You also have like 3 stats. C2. C2 gives what? Nothing important. 70% attack. Okay. Cryo resonance, I'm assuming. You get right under 90. That's 89% crit rate. That's pretty nice. That's pretty solid. Very solid. Hello. Attack percent flower. That's a real nice flower there. That is a real nice flower. I like that flower. Pretty good rolls on that feather. This is just another... Ooh. I feel like this is so similar to this fucking Varka build. I'm like, the off piece is fine. It's not fantastic. It works. It's an attack percent off piece. Is that really better? Is that really any better? I know attack percent goblets serve well at C0, but C1 gives 70% attack. In your case, okay. Is it just substats? My cryo goblet sucks? Yeah, it's just substats. It's just substat differences. So I feel like if you get a decent... Like, this isn't... It's not a bad goblet by any means. It's almost 40 CV. No, it is 40 CV, right? No, it's not. Yes, it is. I can't do math. 13, yeah, it is. It's a 40 CV, so it's going to be rough to find a better cryo goblet. But, I don't know. Cryo goblet with worse crit value with more attack percent. Because you can't have damage bonus as a substat. You can have attack percent as a substat. I'm not going to tell you to craft a goblet. Don't craft a goblet. Never craft a goblet. It's not worth it. 4 fucking elixirs. But praying that you get a better off piece than that, because I feel like that's an easy upgrade. Because your goblet is your off piece, so if you're able to pick up a better cryo goblet from any domain that you're farming, if I get like 30 CV cryo, I'll swap them. All right, you don't have a 30 CV yet. Wow. Oh, okay. AR-57. Then did you just get really fucking lucky, or have you been in the goddamn mines? Have you been doing nothing but farm Skirk set? I mean, I guess look at that. Look at that. We got the fucking Sig, we got the two constellations, but we can't be bothered to crown a skill. Yeah, basically, I would probably like you've reached the point where you're a resin investment. I don't know if you stopped farming this domain yet, but you've definitely reached the point where resin investment in this domain is a lot less efficient than resin investment in her talents. You definitely want to get her talents up. These are big, especially her skill. Her burst is a lot less important, but it's Stygian time. I have no time for skills. Oh, did we just? Is this a brand new Skirk? Did we just get her last banner? Were we pre-farming her? Were we pre-farming the fuck out of the artifact domain? I respect it if that's what happened. Did he pick up Skirk Farina? Yeah. So that's another thing. If you don't have Farina, you seem to be a newer player. But you also seem to spend a bit of money, perhaps, based on all these SIGs and some constellations. Farina is one of the factors that would make an attack percent goblet a lot better. So if you don't have Farina, then like even a shitty like a 20 CV maybe damage bonus goblet is gonna be better than this attack percent goblet. I use Candace Irlon, I don't have Farina. Okay, yeah. So even more so. Farina is what tips the scales in favor of attack percent goblets at all. So you could get the world's shittiest damage bonus goblet and it's still probably better. Not the world's shittiest, because this has decent stats. Has decent substat value. But given how little damage bonus you have, I gotta imagine. Okay. That was an interesting Skirk. That doesn't happen very often. And now we have one fucking AR over. You gotta imagine a dragon. Please don't. Please no dragon imagining in my Twitch chat. Is this the same crit value? Is this almost exactly the same crit value? I'm looking at this and I'm like, you have 10 less crit damage and you have 5 more crit rate. It's 78.8 to 12.5. Yeah. It's really fucking close. They have incredibly close crit values, but this one is a better ratio, so we like it more. Mine is more. Oh, and she's not ascended. Okay, so she's gonna get more. What does she get on? How much crit damage do they get per ascension? How much crit damage do they get per ascension? Oh, almost 10%. So yeah, you're getting a little bit mogged. Not crazy mogged. What was attack? Very similar attack. Wait, are you also running? You must also be running an attack percent goblet. You are! All these attack percent goblets. Although you don't have C2, so there's more of a reason for you to run attack percent. You do have Farina, as evidenced here. You do have a C2 Farina with a level 10 burst, so I am more forgiving of this goblet. You have really similar fucking substats. You have, like, this is almost the exact same build. I think you have a little bit more attack percent in your substats, but I think it's lower because you don't have the Ascension. Oh, maybe you don't. Maybe you guys, it's like the same. I've been outskirked. They're basically the same exact fucking build looking at these. They're basically the same exact build. This one has like 3 extra rolls, maybe not even, maybe like 2 extra rolls of substat value, which... Is that really a big difference? Good night, have fun printing. Good night, Peep. Thanks for stopping in. And yeah, we also need to get a fucking crown on this Skirk. Well, I mean, you have a bit more of an excuse because you haven't ascended her yet. But, come on, guys. At least level 9. At least level 9. She is doing the majority. Like, even if you have a well-built Escoffier, Escoffier's best set in Skirk teams is Scroll. Because of how much goddamn damage Skirk does. Her skill makes up the vast majority of damage in her teams, and you really should be crowning it if you're playing her with any sort of consistency, and if you're taking her into endgame content, you really, really want to be leveling her skill. Anyways, lock in. Everyone gets so ineffable. Who up? Who up feeling ineffable? Who up feeling ineffable? One of these days I will find. Oh wait, never mind. I was gonna be a bitch and start complaining about the fucking ER, but you have Sacrificer Staff, so that gives you an extra 36 energy. This motherfucker is sitting at 170 energy recharge. She actually can burst every rotation. Love to see it. I was gonna complain about that, but love to see it. Although certainly not a bad crit ratio. I mean, we have very few dead stats. But we have a lot of rolls into EM, which is not the greatest. I also still wonder why we're doing 2-piece. I'm judging this as a 2-piece. And are we just lazy? Nope. Seems like we're in the domain. We just don't like an Effa very much. I haven't gotten an Obeyed build that does better. Huh. And you know what? And I guess I feel like I can respect the 2-piece because it works outside of Ascendant Moongleam. Which I fucking hate Obeyed for that. I absolutely hate Obeyed for that. And I'm going to be pissed the fuck off. Even though I am, and I keep saying I'm so excited for the Hex set, I am going to hate the fuck out of that every single time that it requires double Hex. Now I feel self-conscious about my sack and Effa. Alright, I'll get to that in a second. You have so many rolls in EM. Like, you have good stat value. It looks a little bit modest with 80-160. But you do have an incredible amount of stat value, and you have an Effa that can burst every rotation. It's kind of like... this is a very functional generalist Effa build that will work in whatever team you want to throw her in, but it doesn't do anything in particular. Like, it's not a tenacity build, so you're not, like, playing all into her buffing potential. It's not an Obeyed build, so you're not playing all into her damage potential. And, like, even if it is a pretty good damaging build, you have a decent chunk of your rolls in ER. And also your weapon, a decent amount of its passive is dedicated to giving you ER. And her burst is mostly there for supportive utility. It does decent, like, extra damage on her, but it's not a crazy amount. Hi, Kahir, how you doing? I don't know how the command works. Oh, someone else will figure it out. Yeah, everybody follow Kahir. What is going on? How we doing? Mine is more than 100 crit rate. That sounds... suboptimal. But hi, welcome to chat. CYT? CIYT? I don't know how to pronounce your name. Just a bunch of letters. But welcome to chat. That's like my main issue with this build is like it looks good, probably does a decent amount of damage, but you are sacrificing, Sacrificer Staff. You are sacrificing a lot of your damaging potential for bursting every rotation potential. And this isn't a supportive build. Like, right now, kind of, as I would conceptualize it, I usually only want to be bursting every rotation with my Effa if I have her... I guess this doesn't hurt. I'm being a bitch, I'm complaining. But, I would like it to go harder in one direction. Like, I would like it to go harder into just supportive Effa, just damaging Effa. But this is definitely a decent all-arounder build that you could just throw her in any team and it'll work. She'll do a decent chunk of damage. She can use her burst, or you can always get your EM buff off. She has pretty nice attack rolls, so her EM buff is a little bit stronger. I like it. I do like it. I do enjoy it. Ah, sorry, I just punched my mic stand. I like that she works without having to adjust her build. Yeah, that's what it's useful for. I like configuring my builds. That's me. I'm a fucking freak. I like having a million options for all my artifacts on my characters. But this is a very functional build that can work in any team that she's thrown in. Now, Durin. Durin time. Another great unit who plays on a million different sets. Okay, alright, yep. This is a classic Andromeda build. Classic fucking Andros build. He's scuffed, yep. Just a tad. It's fine. Look, 65 crit rate. Hey, you're getting up there. We're making some real progress, and the only crit rate on the entire build, you have some coming from your circlet, and you have one substat on your off-piece flower. That's fucking crazy. That's absolutely crazy. This is that same alright feather that I remember looking at. What even changed? That's a circlet. That's a real circlet. Look at that. That's a real fucking circlet right there. Congratulations. And that's also a real goblet right there. Like, I shouldn't be shitting on this goblet. It's definitely not great. These could be a little bit better. But the fact that it's on set, it's a pyro damage bonus, and that it does have 3 rolls of attack percent, 1 max, 1 high roll. Like, that's not bad. This could definitely stick on the build for a while. Checking random builds. I am checking, if you go over on Twitch, you can redeem a build review for channel points. Instant upgrade for this Durin Royal Sword. Shut up. Stop saying that. Stop fucking saying that. But Lion's Roar... Hello? Put him on Skyward Blade. Put him on Skyward Blade. What the hell? What the fuck is going on in this account? I'm just like, what? Sig Nouvelette. Okay, Sig Jansan, Sig Chevris, Sig Bennett, Harbinger of Dawn. I'm just like kind of thrown with the choices of weapons that we picked up. With the Nouvelette Sig and the fucking Varka Sig on the Gaming. Anyways. Still definitely not enough ER. You know what? Maybe you do just put Skyward Blade on Durin. I was thinking, I was like, you know what? You just fuck it. You could throw it on there as a stat stick. It gives you, I didn't even realize it gives you 4% crit rate. Upon using an elemental burst, increases movement speed, increases attack speed. Normal charge attacks deal 20% attack. Okay, yeah, that sucks shit. But like, just as a high, also, what the fuck is this? Level 70 Skyward Blade. I hope you just got that thing. But like, unironically, throwing him on Skyward Blade just as a decent stat stick gets you a lot of base attack, gets you a decent amount of energy recharge so you can burst without a problem. Will it be worse than Lion's Roar? I don't... Well, Lion's Roar also has a condition to its passive. So Lion's Roar isn't always best. If you're playing him in Venti teams, which I assume you are, then Lion's Roar actually does have a good passive. But like, in most other teams, he's not going to be able to consistently trigger this passive. And I feel like Skyward Blade could be a decent option for him. Play him in my DPS Venti and anywhere else. If you don't play him anywhere else, I guess this is fine. Also, woof. Still an in-progress build, but you know what? You have 2 alright pieces going on. 2 respectable pieces going on. I like it. Now let's look at Starshade's self-conscious sack Inefa. Inefa's got the sack. R1. Womp womp. The fuck is... Okay. 6% max 36, 18... She's at like 150 ER, which is... not bad, but it's also a little bit difficult. I think you still are probably going to be needing double Electro to be getting your burst in most teams. Or, you know, multiple favs, some shit like that. It definitely would be a lot nicer with some refines. 82, 156. Same crit ratio. Real nice flower. That's a Bina circlet. That is a holy shit. That's a Bina circlet. The Bina circlet of all time. The Bina goblet of all time. I'm just sorry. I'm looking at this goblet and I'm like, what the fuck happened? We really can't do any better than this? Because I feel like you're already struggling to burst every rotation. So the 15 energy from this is nice, I guess, but in Flynn's teams, I think you're okay. Anywhere else, you are going to be struggling to burst every rotation. So, like, that's not a massive deal unless you're playing her in a Flynn's team. And then what the fuck is the other stat value? You have one high roll of EM, you have one high roll of crit rate, one low roll of crit rate. I really couldn't do better and I lost my 50-50 on Bina. You really can't do better than 6 crit rate goblet? That's your off piece. You don't have a better fucking goblet than that? Like, do you not have a... Like, these are good pieces. These are also good pieces, but, like, if you need to throw away one of these pieces for a slightly worse one... well, actually, that would require you having a better fucking onset goblet. I'm just like, really? This is the best we can do? It's a good build, don't get me wrong. But clear point of improvement. This could be so much better if you got a better goblet. The ER is why I keep it. What are you... Like, are you always using the ER? And are you able to burst every rotation in the teams that you're playing in? As long as they're one Fav unit, I rarely miss burst. Okay. Yeah, okay, alright. Fav makes sense. I just find myself not always playing in FO with Fav units. But sure. Yeah, if this is enough ER to cause you to burst every rotation, then that's good stat value, and sure, whatever, I can't complain. But this build, I feel like, can be so easily improved. I feel like this build can be so easily improved to increase team DPS, but you know what? If you prioritize bursting every rotation over just having more raw damage, because I do understand that. I do understand wanting to prioritize the burst so that you can buff your on-fielder instead of just buffing a Nefa damage over and over and over. If that's what we want to do, fuck yeah, sure, why not? Other than that goblet, yeah, really good build. Kind of low attack. But it's fine. It's whatever, who cares? Hold on, cracking my back. Ooh, baby. I like her on vape Arlay. Okay, yeah, so we do want to be bursting every rotation quite badly there. Let us... Alright. Am I going to start playing the game, guys? Is it actually time to start playing the game? Almost 2 hours into the stream. What the fuck? I'm overcapping. You guys distracted me. This is all your fault. An Efa burst huge for no shield and Efa if you're tweaking like me. Yeah, if you're playing fucking Dea. If you're playing Dea and you can't use an Efa shield, then burst is really, really important. W Stalls, thank you so much. And welcome to chat, XS. Or 3XS. If you really wanted me to pronounce it like that. We're looking okay, we're looking okay, we're looking okay. Let's fucking nuke this idiot. Let's nuke this idiot. How is Prune buffed? She gives 10% more attack to Animo Hex on-fielders. She has the potential to give 15% more damage bonus, but her buff is a little bit more difficult to build now. She's probably going to be a little bit more Hex reliant. But it's mostly that she just has a little bit more stat value in her kit now. Yippee! Okay. Actually, you know what? I I've been thinking of swapping over. I really want to get back into farming Marushosei. I don't like how good... I think my Marushosei is kind of bad. And I want my Risley to be better. I also want to be farming Golden Troop a little bit more. Would it be wise of me to swap over? I feel like I've gotten a lot of alright stuff from this domain. It would not be wise of me. It would never be wise of me. I guess that's not what I'm asking. Strongbox, but I want both the sets. That's the thing, is I actually do want both of the sets, so it might be intelligent to farm it. And also, look, I do love farmable instructors, and I'm actually gonna be saving that one. But I do like farmable instructors, but also it means less fodder. It does mean a little bit less fodder. Sort of farming Natlan set. I should also maybe do that. I kind of need to improve my Kanicha a little bit. I should strongbox Obsidian. I don't think I need scroll pieces, so I should be strongboxing Obsidian. Is Obsidian in strongbox? Get ready for the new domain having farmable exile. Are you just saying that? I think you are just saying that. But I would love that. I want that so bad. Thinly veiled excuse to pull for top 0.001% albedo. It does have exile? Thank fuck. Thank fuck. I feel like I have not had enough. Like, instructor's pieces, you fucking save instructor's pieces, but I feel like I have higher standards for exile pieces. I am so excited that exile is farmable. That is honestly more exciting than farmable instructor, because I feel like I had more instructor pieces and I just have less exile shit. Okay. I think I have to leave to change this. Do we do Marushosei? I guess so. Or I could go back in here. I kind of would like some Serenade pieces. Or I could go over here. No, I need to be strongboxing this set. I think I do just actually go back and do a little Marushosei and do a little bit of Marushosei and Golden Troop farming. Like a fucking crazy person. Because apparently I didn't farm it enough. I think Fontaine, I spent too long in Emblem. I was doing so much embleming that year. My Navia deserves better. Look, I agree, and that's why I'm strongboxing the set. Also, 2-piece is like fine on her. It's functional. Fantastic. Fantastic. Marushosei is the best set. Yeah, I feel like I find myself, I have an alright, like, it's probably like at KQM standards. It's a fine Marushosei set. But I would like it to be better. Because I want all the fucking shit-ass units that Farina enables it on to be better. Hello! Is this a psyop? Is this a psyop to try to get me to pull a Scofier? I believe it is. It's not gonna happen. Not in a million years. We'll use it on, I don't know. I'll put it on the Saritsa. And I'll fucking run her as a cryo DPS. Because the Saritsa is just going to be a fucking copy-paste of Columbina. Except this time she deals cryo damage instead of hydro damage. Really? Stinky garbage? Is it really that bad? It's pissing me off. Be streaming for the behind the scenes? Probably. I think I'm complaining about it now. I'm gonna complain about it when the stream happens. But I probably will end up just doing a short stream Friday morning. for the Snezhnaya sneak peek, which is inevitably not going to be interesting. Cause you know, what the fuck? Okay. What time Friday morning? It's 8 a.m. Eastern, I think. Saritsa wants physical goblet. Okay, well fuck me. DPS best in slash Shenhe? Oh, I could do that. Yeah, with all the off-field skill damage that Shenhe does. With all that, let me get the hell out of here. What do you want from me? Okay. Is it strongboxing time? Is that just gonna be the rest of the fucking stream? Is that just gonna be the rest of the fucking stream? I had no plans for this stream at all. I need to be doing some serious fucking strongboxing. I've been doing a fair amount of strongboxing recently. I've been on Noblesse. I do not have enough Noblesse pieces. My current priority, I think Noblesse number 1. Navia set number 2. Do I need anything else in particular? But especially with Prune coming out and shifting around who will want to be using Noblesse on all sorts of different teams, because she's probably gonna free Durin from it a decent amount. I expect Durin to kind of not be using Noblesse once Prune comes out. I think usually you'll just want to run her on Noblesse instead. Also, wait, Noblesse is a damaging set for her, I just realized. Can't go wrong with more tenacity, except, you know what, you're right, I couldn't go wrong with more tenacity. I was gonna say I have good tenacity, but I was like, nope, you can always get better tenacity. You can always get better tenacity. This isn't terrible, but it's on this set, so it's not particularly useful. Anything that I'm missing here? No Linnea. I think I already have better pieces for Linnea anyways if I ever decide to get her. That's a 3-liner. This be pissing me off. I don't want to level that, but... well, fuck me. I feel like I gotta save that. That has too much potential. I've also been meaning to save some attack percent circlets so I could potentially like configure a decent shield, like where you just go all into Anifa's shielding. Is there really a point to do that very much? No, not really. Not really. What effects does DPS Nilu use? I think just whatever is enabled by the team that you're playing. You could probably do Reverie with Emily's shit. You can do Marechaussee with Farina. You can do Night Sky with Nod Cry stuff. Okay, let's see what we got. Physical damage, hydro damage bonus. Nope. Crit rate HP. It's a high roller crit rate. I'm gonna keep it just to have more options. Crit rate ER. I'll take it. These don't really need to be good. They just kind of need to be pieces. It is an attack percent circle, but I think I have better ones on set. I might not, so I could hold on to that for a little bit. See if I have better attack percent circlets for like Eon-san, for Shenhe, for potentially Nicole. Noblesse just can't stop fucking winning. We always come crawling back to Noblesse. The greatest set of all time. I mainly just am looking for 4-liners now. I basically can't get increases unless I get 4-liners. We'll see how it rolls. We will invoke the rule of the 4-liner, and we will see how it rolls. Use 2-piece HP and 2-piece skill damage. Yeah, oh yeah, that's a thing. Because she does, all of her damage is considered skill damage. 2-piece options are just fine. Ah, I need to deselect. Boom. Kind of want to invoke the 4-liner rule there. I wish you could just level up artifacts from this screen. That's a small pet peeve of mine, because just being able to check substats on this screen, or check rolls on this screen, could be so useful. I'm not going to do very much strong boxing, because I feel like people don't love this. This isn't the best content. I feel like I gotta. It's double crit, it's a 4-liner. Okay. Crit rate EREM, that's potentially usable. ER attack, 4-liner. Attack crit rate, fuck me. Crit rate, crit damage. Oh wait, they're actually giving me a few good pieces now. Attack crit rate, 4-liner, maybe that'll be good. Also, I just got a Kujo Sarakon. Congratulations. Which one was it? I hope it was C6. Pray to God it was C6. I'll do like one more quick round of strong boxing, and then we can do something else. I was just about to ask if we want to go on the alt account today. You know what? EM attack, crit damage, 4-liner. Attack crit rate, fuck me, 4-liner. These ain't bad. These are not bad. More new area story. I was considering saving that for tomorrow's stream. I could do that now. But I was planning on saving that for tomorrow's stream. Najuro, thank you for the 4 months. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing? Thank you for the 4 months. What the fuck? What the hell, man? I'm gonna unlock. No. Okay, that's double crit. Why am I getting all these 4-liners with 3 good stats? Alright, I'm not even looking at main stats. Healing bonus, crit damage. I don't want to roll that. I thought for a moment, I was like, do I have many crit damage circlets on this set? And then I looked at it and I was like, even if I don't have a crit damage circlet on this set, I wouldn't be fucking using this one. I would not be using this one. Are you going to save until night set drops in the strongbox? No. Why would I do that? I always have a million artifacts that I can strongbox at any given time. Look at all these. Some of these can definitely be unlocked. And I also have all this shit that is currently unlocked that I can throw away. I'll be fine, okay? I will be fine. I have plenty of fodder material for the strongbox. Attack ER. Attack ER. Crit rate ER HP is now. Oh, wow. Ooh, I like that. Ooh, I like that. HP, flat HP, ER, crit rate, high roll, crit rate. Is that a highest roll of ER? I believe it is. I don't know flat attack rolls. That's a low roll of HP, but whatever. HP. Mika piece, you know it. You fucking know it. Are there any other HP scalers that really use Noblesse? I guess Bennett, yeah. Bennett is an HP scaler. ER, EM. I feel like this might be useful. I could hang on to it. I can't think of a use case at the moment. Attack energy recharge is cool. That's not useful. Okay. Maybe I do want to keep strongboxing. Maybe I lied. Night set is not dropping this decade. Night set is going to drop. When did they add in Codex? Did they add in Codex? We're in fucking version 6.5, right? Right? Version 6.5? Yeah. Next is 6.6, then 6.7 is gonna be Strongbox a flop set for Duran? No, I have a gilded set for him already going. They had a codex when Nogcry came out. Okay, that's what I thought. So, like, we're pretty close. We're pretty fucking close for them adding Night Sky. And they never added the other sets. The, what's it called? The Long Night's Oath. The Long Dong Oath. We're finally getting Skirk and Voracious at next patch. Ooh wee. Yippee. And then it's only gonna be like 2 more until we get the Night Sky ones. And I will have farmed plenty of artifacts by that time. Yeah, that's another thing, is I am not saving my artifacts for a strongbox set coming out, because I'm gonna run out of artifact space if I don't strongbox anyways. Being able to strongbox Veresa set, yeah. Veresa fans up. Veresa fans up and Skirk fans up. Everybody's up. Because neither Veresa fans nor Skirk fans wanted to farm that fucking domain. Only there are like 10 people in the world who absolutely love Skirk and Veresa. Loved the shit out of that domain. Oh shit, I got a Hydrate Redeem. I didn't even see that. Twitch suggested I spend my 100k channel points to become a VIP. That's such a good idea. That's such a wonderful idea. You should do that right now. Okay. What the fuck else am I doing right now? Prune. Prune buffs, prune buffs, prune buffs. I could level a few things. I don't like have any artifact experience at all. Oh wait, I'm filtering by locked. But let me just finish leveling up a few things that I already have. Let's do some artifact gamble. Okay? How do we like that? How do we like the artifact gamble? You guys like artifact gamble. Let's find out. That's good. That's fucking good. I am happy with that. I am satisfied with that. I mean, do I have a fucking... Yeah, I have one that's literally just better. I do have a goblet that is literally just better. But now I have 2. Now I have 2. Do they have any other not fully leveled winds pieces that I can go in on? That I don't really want to be leveling this one. I won't... But never mind. This one's rolled well so far. Let's ruin it. Let's ruin it. Oh yeah, I also wanted to maybe start... What the fuck? I wanted to start doing a little bit of pre-farming for both Prune and Nicole. Possibly, maybe. ER with HP 3-liner? What the fuck, man? HP attack energy recharge, that's not particularly great. I need to also look through my instructor's pieces, because I definitely have a bunch of duplicates of pieces that I don't need locked. Is this the artifact management stream? Will you try DPS Lanyard? I could. Could do it now? I don't know if I could test it on, but I have an alright DPS Lanyon. My VV is pretty good. Defense energy recharge, like... I feel like I want to lock this, but I feel like I have a piece that is already this. Maybe that's what I gotta do. I gotta roll some of my fucking instructor's pieces. Healing bonus doesn't really matter. Crit rate. Crit rate matters, but not really with those stats. Instructor's pieces, I'm basically just looking for... First priority has to be a 3-liner. It pretty much has to be a 3-liner if you want to keep it, because Jesus fucking Christ, the value you lose off of a 2-liner You just get no stats from a 2-liner. Because you only get 4 rolls in total of substats, so going from 2 potential substat upgrades, or no. You go from 3 potential substat upgrades to 2 substat upgrades. Because 4-star artifacts always have a maximum of 3 lines at the start. Okay, now I can just start throwing shit away. So the first 2 rolls will always be dedicated to, you know, getting your other substats. Why'd you have to do that to me? Why'd you have to do that to me? Not very cool of you, but EM isn't bad. And it's not terrible, but on this set, I mean, obviously that's official goblet. Alright, what other stuff can I upgrade? What is some things I can throw some experience into? What the fuck is that? Hey, baby. Hey, baby. We got this. We got this. Ooh. Did I get 2 defense rolls? Yeah. I did get 2 defense rolls, but that's fine. That's alright. That's okay. If only those fucking 2 defense rolls went into ER, that would be a crazy Navia piece. What other Navia stuff do I have? I have these 2 options. This thing. Alright, I don't know. I didn't roll this on stream, right? Look at this fucking thing, okay? Look at this thing. Look at this goddamn piece. And... okay, well, at least it didn't roll fucking, flat defense. Feather that piece? Maybe. I don't know. I don't have any feathers right now. But, like, that's still a very good piece. You may be looking at this and you're going to be like, oh, but no crit rolls? That's still a good fucking piece. All that goddamn attack. 3 attack rolls. I like that. Okay, cool. That's an alright Navia upgrade. That makes my Navia a little bit more functional. This one is clearly not going as well. That's also... wait, nope. Chiori piece. I do not have enough stuff to upgrade this right now. Should I artifact route? It's still not going. It's like not rolling in any one direction. This thing's not going well. I feel like I want to artifact route so I can potentially level this thing up. I feel like doing artifact optimization this stream. Given I'm going to have to do so much of it on Prune. Ooh, baby. I am excited for Prune, guys. I don't know if you guys understand. I'm excited for Prune. I think Prune is such a fucking interesting character. Buffer that has, like, really significant build needs, that has a bunch of different potential artifact sets based on your team configuration, that also has significant personal damage that you can build into, that deals damage. She's a swirl DPS, but instead of, like, Mizuki, where she just boosts the fucking damage of your swirls a tiny bit, she deals talent damage whenever she triggers a swirl. Ooh, baby. Explore new area for artifacts. We could do a little new area exploration. I think I'm going to do my artifact route within Easy Breeze and maybe a few other places, and then we could do some new area exploration. That could be fun. It's like Chaska or Varka, but support. I guess. Yes. Most Animo units have the ability to absorb elements. She's very Yehoda-esque, I'd say. Her clunk is different from Yehoda's. Instead of taking a million years to get an absorption, she doesn't get an absorption at all. So you have to consistently keep, like, she can't yoink any application and then start applying an element, or she can't yoink other guys' application and then start applying a bunch of element of her own. You basically have to have other application going on, and then she will be able to swirl and get increased application based on that. Will that be useful for anything? I haven't been able to think of a use beyond, like, aggravate. I think she's going to be pretty interesting in aggravate teams, but, like, outside of that, her talent damage is, I don't think, going to be doing a bunch of interesting stuff. Hello. My volume button on Twitch is jumping from 24 to 26, and I can't get it to hit 25. That's like me at the beginning of every stream fucking around with my music audio, or my music volume. I can never get it just right. Just wanted to say aggravate with Fischl. Yeah, aggravate with Fischl is the clearest example, because that is a situation where you are going to be, you know, triggering. I mean, I guess to that same measure, Varka teams are going to be kind of similar, but you're going to be triggering swirls. You're going to be having electro auras. You can, you know, use her burst damage, her additional what's it fuck, whatever the hell the damage is called. You can use that to trigger more aggravates. You can trigger aggravates using swirls in the first place, because swirls can trigger aggravates. I am interested in doing aggravate stuff, especially because Fischl is a Hex character, so Fischl being so integral to aggravate teams makes it so that Prune is going to have a very easy time slotting in there. Although, you might also, like, just run either Sucrose or Kazuha. Maybe Sucrose. You might just fucking end up running Sucrose. Because you still want a VV'er. I'm assuming you don't want to have her on VV. I'm assuming you can put her on wins. Strongly considering crafting R5 Regalia for Kaveh. Do I do it? I wouldn't craft R5 Regalia for any one unit. Kaveh, it works with Kaveh. ER substat's nice. But, like, he can... I hope you didn't fucking miss what's it called. Hope you didn't miss Flameforged Insight, because, like, if you're thinking about it for the purpose of Kaveh picking up the leaf, it is just a worse Flameforged Insight. I guess it has less... No, it doesn't even have less of a condition, because it still requires that you trigger a Dendro reaction. You should be... Yeah, Ino is a good use case for it. I think Dory is a good use case for Forest Regalia. Dea can be a decent use case for Forest Regalia. Kaveh is maybe one of the weaker use cases, I would say. But if you have ideas for other units... How are we doing? Joyful with Prune Buffs? We are very joyful with Prune Buffs. Also, hold on. So, she has that thing in her kit that's like, if your Hexarai on fielder triggers a swirl, she buffs their attack by 30%. I'm assuming she's going to be able to trigger that for herself. On-field Prune can potentially be a very real thing. Because she's very, very similar to Farazan, in which she catches a lot of her own buffs. I think on-field Prune is going to be an incredibly fucking real thing. Like, even in the case where you can do a little bit of extra on-fielding, because she has that second hit to her skill that you need to manually hit with. But I'm assuming this buff, going from 20% to 30% buffing your Animo on-fielder, she is also going to be able to buff herself. What team would on-field Prune want? Aggravate is probably a decent... Like, I've been talking about Aggravate. I imagine Aggravate is a pretty strong contender. Other than that... Nicole Duran stuff will likely not be too bad. Hello, how are you doing? Prune huge for Imaginarium. Huge, massive. She did, so I shouldn't say she just got buffed, because she got reworked a little bit. And her buff is harder to achieve now because she has a higher minimum threshold to start buffing. It used to be she started giving buffs when she was above 1,000 attack, but now she needs above 2,000 attack to give buffs, which still isn't horribly restrictive, but it means that she's probably going to need to make better use of her Hex passive, which gives her 45% attack when a Hex unit triggers a reaction. Fucking what else? But in her best teams, it is pretty much just a unanimous buff. You're missing spots? I'll survive. I will survive not getting every single artifact in all of Easy Breeze. I'm trying to talk to chat at the same time, so... Always like to try Catalyst characters at DPS. What even... I mean, her normal scalings are not going to be any good. But... let me double check what they even are in the first place. Ooh, baby! Talent level 8. Yeah, it's a little suspicious. Certainly a little suspicious. 77, 108, charge attack damage 213. What even does her charge attack look like? She has a 50 cost, so that sucks. But she has low normal attack multipliers as is characteristic of Catalyst units. How rough is the crystallized generation with Navi and Albedo? What are we talking about? Just in general? Just running Navia with Albedo? Or we're talking about with Prune? Are we talking for the cases of using Prune with Navia? I guess that functions in general. Yeah, she has slightly higher ER needs. Albedo can have kind of shitty particle generation. I don't know, it's functional. It isn't like notably higher ER needs that I've really seen. Pretty neat that they went out of their way to reshift their build goals to make TTDS worse. I like the way that they're going around it. I'm kind of about it. Already, TTDS like was occasionally going to be better, occasionally going to be worse. I think now TTDS is just basically always going to be worse. So I kind of wish that they had kept a little bit of that texture in her kit. Yeah, no, I think I just don't. Like, I don't like that portion of the rework. I think it is interesting to have a character where sometimes, like, you know me, I like options. I like it when characters are variable. I like it when characters have multiple different, optimal, like, gear choices or play choices depending on the team that you play them in. I think that's what makes for a really interesting character. That's what makes her a really dynamic and fun character for me. And this takes away from her versatility. That's really what it is these buffs, they take away from her versatility, but they make her a better unit in the teams that she is supposed to be a good unit in. What the fuck? Hold on, I'm sorry. She's talking about Descartes in her burst description. I got so distracted. Why is she fucking talking about Descartes? Descartes might be an imaginary friend, but that doesn't mean he's fake. She has an imaginary friend named Descartes. I love Prune. I love Prune. I'll die for Prune. I'll die twice for Prune. Music and Prune's artist doing cooking. Prune would love Green Day. What did Alice tell this child? What the fuck did Alice curse this child? With horrific knowledge. Did you know a wicked witch who wears a hollowed out hat and bullies little kids for fun? She's my ultimate target. She wants to kill Alice.
Right now, I wish I was sitting at the top of a tree, looking out over a meadow, cider in hand.
She actually wants to beat the fuck out of Alice. She be hitting Descartes? I love this character. I love this character. Prune is the fucking best. I love how I'm like, I wasn't even that excited about Nicole. I didn't care about Nicole as a character that much, and I was kind of like, whatever, she's probably going to be a full party attack buffer and a shielder, whatever. And then she was a full party and a healer and attack, or full party attack buffer and a shielder. And I was a little bit underwhelmed, but it's fine. This is another thing. I've been coming to grips with Nicole's kit. I think she's allowed to be boring. I think filling the role that she does, she is unique in the role that she fills, so she's allowed to be a little bit boring.
Come on, traveler. Let's go. The world is full
but I'm coming around to like her more. But in any case, Prune sweep. Prune fucking sweep. This girl just came out of nowhere and became my most anticipated character for the patch. I initially was like, I just kind of want to... I want to like Prune because her name is Prune and that's fucking hilarious. But then she also turned out to have a really awesome, interesting kit that has a bunch of... It has less flexibility now. But she still has interesting flexibility. She has interesting gear options. She has just interesting dynamics with teams. And she deals significant personal damage. And she doesn't need talent levels to do it. Because a lot of her damage is coming from an Ascension passive. Taking that Auron pill. Prune 101 gonna go bananas? I don't... Maybe. I kind of regret not making a Farazan 101. I feel like that time for it has passed. I really wanted to make one during the Venti banner. Because she seems to be a really Farazan-esque unit. Like, not only in the roles that she fills, but, like, just a lot of the things that she does. She functions a lot like Farazan. I don't understand why the name Prune is so funny to everybody, because Prune! Make a Farazan 101 for DPS Prune? Well, it'd probably be the other way around. I'd probably make a... Well, if I made a Farazan 101, I'd probably use Prune as the support. It's like the fruit? Yes, it's like the fruit, and that's why it's funny. Because why the fuck is her name Prune? Who's named Prune? Who the hell named their child that? Woof. So yeah, on-field Prune. Mostly gonna be a real thing because she can receive some buffs like this. And she can just receive good buffs, and she has alright scaling. It's not great scaling, it's functional scaling, it's like Farazan scaling. But Farazan can deal some good damage if you set her up to do it. Not fantastic damage, but she can deal some damage, and she actually has some decent utility beyond that. Sorry, I'm just checking one thing real quick.
Sure, I'll play you
I'm just checking one thing real quick. Okay. You need to change the video resolution. Oh, YouTube's yelling at me. YouTube's fucking screaming at me. I'm at the DMV. Pray for me. Oh, alright. Everybody for Congo. They're at the DMV. They might not make it out. Still so confused about her kit. It is worded unintuitively. I mean, all Genshin kits are worded unintuitively. Basically... The short version, the TLDR, is that her burst deals animo damage off field. If you trigger a swirl with that animo damage, she also gets an additional instance of damage that deals whatever type of damage that you swirled. And also, she has a few other...
Right now, I wish I was sitting at the top of a tree,
what the fuck am I saying? That elemental damage that she does after triggering a swirl also has buffs tied to it. So she gives buffs to the rest of your team when you trigger that effect. At C0, it is pretty much just this damage bonus that is based on her own attack. Later on in her C6, she gets an additional attack buff to your on-fielder. Then she also gets a few extra buffs based on hex shit. But yeah, that's the basic version of it. Burst deals animo damage. If that animo damage triggers a swirl, she gets additional elemental damage. That elemental damage also activates a few buffs. That's it. That's the whole fucking kit. That's all of it. Back to artifact farming. Emblem Prune, yep. Yep. Still probably not a very good damaging set on her because, again, Emblem is not for anybody who deals damage using their burst. It is for characters that want a lot of energy recharge and also deal damage with their burst. Because Emblem does not make building ER the optimal thing to do. It makes it less bad of a thing to do.
Think you can get away?
Whee. Oh, sorry. I know this is a Varka team, but fuck you.
Not a
We're playing Venti. We're playing Venti! That's actually awesome, though, that that Farazan is going to be better for Venti. I was so fucking... That's why I was like, I feel like all these people vibes feels crafting about whether Prune will be better for Venti than Farazan. I was like, look, I get it. I get that Prune does have good buffs now, but Farazan has fucking nuts buffs. And the only reason that Farazan isn't best in slot for Lanyan and Varka is that they deal significant non-animo damage, and Farazan only has nuts damage for animo. Or she only has nuts buffing for animo damage. Isn't her burst cost 70 though? Yes, it is, but she generates 5 particles, and also her C1... Well, hold on. Let's look at this, okay? Her C1... Her C1... 2 energy whenever her converted, the damage that she gets upon triggering a swirl, she gets 2 energy every time that hits. Her talent duration, it lasts 12 seconds. So that's basically probably 12 energy. That's 12 energy that she gets from that constellation. So she's down to, what, 58 cost. She also gets 4-second extension from her C6, so that's 16 energy. Makes her energy cost a little bit lower. And she also generates 5 particles, so like it's not crazy high ER needs. She does have ER needs. You are gonna have to get some decent substats going on, but as long as you have her C1, it won't be awful. It won't be disgusting. She'll have her C1, which refunds 12 to 16 energy depending on your constellation. Tried to type 1. Yeah, Aqua, it seems like it's time for you to go to sleep. I don't think you're doing okay. That makes sense. Yeah, Varka has 7 particles. Varka has 7 particles? You're fucking with me. This is not real. Varka does not have 7 particles.
On me.
I count 5. I might be tripping. You might be tripping. Varka has 6. It might be, I can also just very easily look this up. Varka, no. Do I? I don't know. I don't think I do look this up because maybe, I was gonna look up on the fandom wiki because they actually have alright information on shit like this. I could just look up Varka. Get out of here, ads. Advanced property, gameplay notes. 6 elemental particles. It's not 7. Fav Varka? Oh, of course, my bad. My bad, I didn't realize. It's a signature! Why else would it... Why else would it be in his fucking splash art, right? Why else would it be in his splash art if it wasn't his signature? That's what they do. They put signatures in splash arts. Can I really just not count? His skill does say in the spirit of Favonius. Oh, indeed. I guess it does. Manifest the true essence of Favonius blade work. That's why he generates 6 particles. That is the true essence of Favonius blade work. And that's all that the skill does. It doesn't do a single other thing. Okay. Let's do... Do I keep artifact routing or do I do some more exploration? We can do some exploration around though. Or I could start the, I kind of do feel like playing a little bit of World Quest. I kind of do feel like playing a little bit of World Quest today. I was going to put it off until tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow I can just do an all account review stream. Maybe that's what we can do. Tomorrow will be the all account review stream. The masses desire fishing. I don't know if that's true, Starshade. I think you might be lying to me. I think you might be telling a fib. What the fuck is this? Oh, can I go back here and get my blood? Yeah, I think I can. I'm not doing another Selenic Chronicle quest. That's not happening. But yeah, considering that for like a few months I had a video where I did fishing and it had 2 views for several months, I don't know if the masses do desire fishing. I really don't know. Oh, also, what the fuck was I? I was like very briefly in Saluna chat, and hold on. This dude was talking about, he was like basically, he said basically you need either Lohen Durin Melt or Mawika Melt to deal with this boss in the upcoming Stygian. I can't help but feel that there is a misunderstanding there. Right? Because what the fuck was this guy's information? Lunaris. If you fish at the spot in Dormant Port when an NPC is also fishing there, they will clap at you when you catch a fish. Okay, we can maybe catch 1 fish. Because what the fuck was this? Alright, Lunaris is awful and defaults to dire mode. Lunaris is disgusting and defaults to dire mode, but 13 mil? Okay, never mind. 13 mil is a fucking lot. Okay. Just do Ryo, Durin, Shilona, and Albedo. Yeah, surely that'll work. Surely that'll fucking work. Also, perfect song for the Prune stream. She really is Miss Linkin Park herself. So, okay. Looking at this shit, this is the Glacial Wolf. This is the one that was in Abyss. I assume it works exactly the same as it was in Abyss. Prune vid with the Linkin Park and the Taco Bell noise. I fear I won't be able to do that. I fear I will get copyright struck into the fucking dirt for both of those sounds. Prune saw the towers fall from a boat. Prune took the towers falling as inspiration to make a band. Wrong band, but I don't know if you're intentionally making that joke. I mean, you are intentionally making that joke, but I don't know if you know that. What? No, Linkin Park existed before 9/11, right? I thought Linkin Park had an album in like early 2000. Or earlier than that even. I might be stupid though. Wait, what? The opponent is invulnerable to all damage while blessed by the spirit. Okay, awesome. I know what MCR is, yes, and it is a different band from Linkin Park. Did Prune cause 9/11? No. She actually... Prune is the reason why 9/11 didn't happen in the Genshin universe, okay? What is the site you're watching? It's lunaris.moe, but it fucking sucks and you shouldn't use it. lunaris.moe. I should have just spelled out the whole thing. lunaris.moe. Prune was on the plane. She tried to stop it. No, she did, and this is why Prune is the fucking reason that 9/11 didn't exist in the Genshin universe, because she stopped it. She was successful. If Prune existed in our reality, we wouldn't have had 9/11. She stopped Alice from bombing the towers. Yeah, Alice was just gonna do it for shits and gigs. So yeah, what the fuck? So I'm let's go back to this, okay? Let's go back to this because I'm still confused because it seems like 2 bosses both want Durin. Cause like especially after Nicole, Durin is the best unit, I would argue, in Varka teams. He is Varka's best support. He is doing, as far as I know, he is doing the most for Varka. And I could definitely argue, I don't even think it's particularly contentious to say that Durin is better than Varka. So this is supposed to be the Varka shill, but apparently you're supposed to play Durin over here with Melt Durin? I'm very confused. Tulpa may be the only boss that I struggle with on that Stygian. Yeah, no, Tulpa is fucking free this Stygian. Giving you free reactions, especially with lunar shit. I mean, maybe you don't have lunar shit that can take advantage of this. But, like, the truth is that, like, getting free reactions enables, like, Columbina level teams to be made with lunar units without using Columbina. Which, for people who have Columbina, not really a big deal. But for people who don't have Columbina, that's fucking awesome. Tulpa is the best. So Tulpa is going to enable all sorts of lunar shit, all sorts of, you know, like we've just gotten Durin, and Durin's another unit who can enable like Chevreuse type shit where you can still get Res Shred and get like free vapes against Tulpa. There is so much bullshit that you can do against Tulpa because it has a perma Hydro aura, because Hydro is such a good supportive element and you can get so much with like fucking infinite access to Hydro reactions. DPS Pyrolanyan against Wolf. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. The DPS, I mean, that'll be fine, actually. That'll probably be one of the better solutions into it. Like, if you have all the supporting pieces for a Varka team, but you just don't have Varka, you can Lanyan the fuck out of this dude. You could really Lanyan the fuck out of this dude. But, like, as far as I can tell, Tulpa is just, like, gonna be a free boss. And he is supposed to be the Mawika shill boss. But you do not need Mawika for this motherfucker. You can do whatever the hell you want into Tulpa. Triple Dendro, Lauma, and Nilu into Tulpa? Yeah, yum yum delicious. You could do so much horseshit against Tulpa because you can get infinite Hydro reactions without having to put a Hydro unit on your team. Prune him? Well, you could also put Prune in the team with Lanyan. So that's what I'm so confused about. Is like... Durin is the best unit in these fucking Animo teams, and he is kind of not entirely holding the team together, but he's doing a lot of fucking work there. So if we're supposed to be using Lohen, Durin, Melt against this, what the fuck what is the intended team over here? What am I supposed to be doing here? The reason Nicole is at all an upgrade to Varka teams is because she's an upgrade to Durin. And kind of, and Prune is helping out there. But, like, that's why Prune and fucking Nicole are going to be good for Varka teams. Not because they are upscaling Varka so much, but because they're upscaling his off-fielders. While also being an alright upscale for Varka himself. Wolf and Tulpa are pretty easy to do. Just don't bring Bennett against Tulpa without shield. Yeah, well... I mean, like, what is the intended shill team here? Like, what are you going to be doing into Dire? I guess that's what I should be asking. Is what are your teams into Dire here? I guess just be Neffa this shit. Because Electro Swirls also work. You could just fucking be Neffa it. You could just Flinz it and you'll be fine. But, like, no lunar units are running this patch. So what is the intended shill? Mono Pyrolini on Tulpa, yeah. Well... You don't really... I mean... The reason why you run Mono Pyrolini is because he gets a passive. He gets a fucking passive. I'm just gonna pull it up. He gets a passive that increases the damage that he deals against opponents that have Pyro Auras. Indubitably, Tulpa does not have a Pyro Aura, so he can't even make use of this passive. But, like, obviously, you still get free vapes if you're running Xiangling in the team. Xiangling gets a bunch of value there. Maybe the devs realized the error of their ways and abolished shill. Apparently... That's what they've been doing in Star Rail a little bit. They've been slowing down on the shill in Star Rail. Which again, I will always say, power creep is twofold. It's not just the units getting stronger, it's the content getting more difficult. So if they decide to start making content that's easier for older units and different units that aren't currently on banner to clear, then that is power creep getting better. Because if the units are just getting better, like if there is no content that necessitates that you pull the new units, then there is no, like, you still don't have to pull the new units, even if they're a million times stronger than the old units, if you're still able to clear with all your old shit. Which is kind of how it was in, like, Fontaine, I'd say. Slowing down on Shill and Star Rail, are we playing the same Star Rail? No, we're not. I'm not playing Star Rail. This is hearsay. Good lord, I'm not playing Star Rail. Pyro Swirlini with Nicole into Wolf. Like, yeah? Like, these are all options? Is that fucking around at Dye? I mean, I guess at Dyer you want higher investment anyways. But I feel like they've been designing it. They've been designing a few Dyer or a few Dyer bosses to be clearable with, like, high investment. Or not high investment, like, but full premium teams at C0 R0 investment. Someone might be feeding you misinformation. Okay. I got lied to. Skirk would be usable against new guy? Not really. Skirk is probably brute. Like, you could probably brute force Skirk into this dude. Because it's fucking Skirk. But, he has a mechanic where you want to be bringing two different Petch elements. Two different swirlable elements. And then you want to be dealing a significant amount of damage of both of them. And I guess Skirk can do that. I guess Skirk brings in Farina, but Farina's going to have a hard time breaking the Cryo Star. Melt Skirk returns, maybe. Who knows? Next Stygian? Yes, this is next Stygian. Because we're never happy. We're never happy with the current content. We're always looking forward. We're always more excited about the stuff that's forward. Overload? Yeah. So here's the thing about him is you can see here it says that melt and vaporize reactions have an advantage because I'm just going to show you motherfuckers. He has I kind of like it. I think it's cool. But maybe I won't like it. I really don't know why this dude has so much HP because in Overworld he's squishy as fuck. I can't beat the Stygian with my top 1% Skirk in her premium team starring Dahlia. How solve? You might have to level her once or twice, Dorsal Fin 1. Hi, how you doing? Everybody follow Dorsal Fin 1 for not Genshin Impact content. She did the Lord's work. She did what we all should have done. And she quit Genshin on stream, at least. Which is such a beautiful thing. So what am I doing? Do I have my DPS Mona team anywhere? There it is. Top 3 worst Stygian cycles. The last one, yeah. Number 3, last one. Number 2, current one. Number 1, the next one. I actually, what is it? I'm not, like, the next Stygian cycle will be heavily determined with how bad this motherfucker is. I think this dude is going to be the clear wall. This dude is going to be the Gecko of the Stygian. Tulpa is going to be the best because Tulpa has such low fucking HP. And he does have a shield mechanic in wanting you to bring Cryo, but there are other elements that can still meet the check. And him giving you free reactions is so big. Is so fucking big. But Tulpa's going to be the free one. This dude... He's just kind of, like, he's not insanely flexible. He obviously wants you to bring Varka, but only requiring that you have a Pyro Swirl or an Electro Swirl, and having, it's not crazy low HP, but, like, to compare, who has the same HP right now? Does anybody have similar HP? I'm trying to look for, like, anybody that has... Okay, this motherfucker, Fireblade Shocktrooper, had similar HP. This dude isn't particularly tanky. And he has, I believe his HP manipulation mechanics basically just, it's kind of a wash. So, like, he has a shield phase and he takes damage at some point, but I think it's basically a fucking wash. So, This dude and the wolf are going to have similar DPS requirements, is my point. Not particularly crazily high DPS, and the fact that you can either swirl Pyro or Electro gives you a lot more team flexibility, especially with lunar stuff. Especially with lunar stuff. Like, Binefa is going to be able to dunk on this dude so hard. Binefa dunks this man. Tulpa's Tulpa. Everybody loves Tulpa. Tulpa's the best fucking boss in the game. This dude can potentially be the problem, though, because I don't know the current mechanics. He has the highest HP, and now I want to get onto my point of how he incentivizes you to either bring Vaporize or Melt. Because how his mechanic works... whatever. Well, I should be using Pamber. I'm a dumbass. Or not Pamber, I should be using Fav. Because DPS Mona does not exist without Fav. Just doesn't. Full Pyro Stygian, so it seems. So it fucking seems. We can say, yeah, Mawika is rerunning. We know that for a fact. Tulpa is the Mawika boss anyways, but that was a very, very early Stygian, so it was a fair bit easier than the ones we are getting now. So it's scaled down a decent amount. Xiangling seeing the light of day again, yeah. Xiangling can definitely... She has potential to be used. So anyways, yeah, he does these two collection phases where first time he says some shit like, it will be... I don't know. It will be recorded in stone. And then you have to hit him with your elements a certain amount of times. Draw near. If you try to... He does it 2 times before he does a big fuck off attack. And if you do the same element, it's harder to... like, it takes 6 hits instead of 3 if you do the same element 2 times. Anyways. What you can do... So you can see the first one... this is not good, I don't think. I think I fucked up. I did fuck up. Give me a second. Give me a second. Just cleared this boss with DPS Lanya on 2 rotations. Yeah, he is weak as fucking overworld. He's made of popsicle sticks and fucking dreams in the overworld. He has absolutely nothing going on, but in Stygian, he's the chunkiest boss there. And depending on how much health gets removed by this mechanic, he could pose a big issue.
Hello, everyone.
But we don't know until Stygian comes out. We don't know. Hi, Zafia. How you doing?
Off we go.
I didn't even check. Whatever. Whatever. It's fine. We'll survive.
Judgment.
Do it. Say your thing, man.
Excision required.
Since when did I put Misery Business on this playlist? I'm not mad about it. Ow! I'm just stupid. You've seen it here for the first time ever. Actually dodging enemies with Mona's shit-ass fucking alternate dash.
Recorded. Each deed will be judged.
Ow. She's second half? Yeah, she is. Well, we don't know that for a fact yet. So hold on. First one to hit. Oh wait. Okay. Fucking I don't know what happened there. Whatever. you're in any case the first star. So he creates those 2 stars, and then you have to destroy them both. If you do the same element 2 times, one of the stars will be like Geo, and it'll have a lot more health, and it'll be a lot more difficult to break, because each of those stars, when they get a converted element, they also get those elemental auras, so you're able to get free reactions off of them. Like I was getting free vaporizes against the Pyro star. When you break them, they deal a bunch of damage to him, and I believe they also apply their own element. And then that means that the second star, because the first star that you break will apply its own element, and the second star, I'm saying it like it'll do something different, but the second star will also apply its own element, but because you have an aura on that dude, you can get a reaction with it. So if you get an amplifying reaction on that fucking star and you boost its damage by 1.5 or 2 times, you get a bunch of fucking health chunked off of him. So that's why Vaporize and Melt are preferred. But he seems like a boss that, like, you can just kind of easily DPS down. I mean, he's gonna have a bunch of health. But, like, he doesn't have many phases where he, you know, he doesn't have a phase where he gets a big shield and he stops taking damage. It's not like Hera, where Hera just, like, doesn't take damage for, like, I don't know, a fifth of the fight. Maybe reaction spam as well. Yeah. Vape and Melt, like, for that reason, you can't get reaction spam because there are only 2 stars. So that's why it's optimal to either bring Vape or Melt, because those are the reactions that maximize one reaction on a big ass hit, which is what you're getting there. But you don't need a lot of elemental application in any case. Like, you can check. You don't even need application. You just need elemental hits. If I teleport away and I teleport back, like, I'm able to do it with just doing 3 mononormals. I'm able to fill out the requirement by doing 3 mononormals, even though usually only the first normal would actually apply Hydro. Okay, I gotta get the fuck out of here. It just checks for elemental hits, and it's a pretty low requirement. In Overworld, it's 3 hits. In Stygian, it might be more than 3 hits. But it probably won't be that many, because it's a pretty short period that you get to actually, you know, do your hits and convert his element.
Observe and know my heart.
I like the bosses that force you to interact with the mechanic more if they weren't just chill. Like, yeah, that's kind of why I like this guy. Right now, we'll see how it goes in Abyss, or in Stygian, and we'll see how high the DPS check is. But for now, I really, really enjoy his mechanics. So look, 3 normal attacks, that shouldn't... Like, I only applied Hydro once. I applied Hydro another time by doing the, please cut that out. I applied Hydro again by doing the charge attack, by getting my free charge attack. But, I'm gonna not fulfill his requirement this time. I'm just gonna show you guys how much time he has. He's doing the attack again. He does this for a few seconds. And then boom. You really don't have much time at all to be hitting, so you really need to be ready for it. And I doubt that the hit count requirement will be that much higher in Stygian. You gotta think a bit with how and what element you apply. Yeah. So, like, reaction spam, like, it functions, but there's a reason why. I think you probably are gonna heavily want, especially in lower investment teams, you are going to heavily want Melt and Vaporize to be... You're gonna heavily want Melt and Vaporize teams to make use of that big fucking HP stealing mechanic. In higher investment stuff, it's probably going to be a lot more possible to just do whatever fucking reactions you want, whatever elements you want. And as long as you have 2 different elements and you're able to break both the stars, you'll be fine. But we don't know. We don't know until the Stygian comes out. I'm going to have no idea. I'm going to have no idea. It really heavily wants controlled elemental application, which is interesting. Because a lot of teams, there aren't a bunch of teams that do that. Gaming moment? Very well. It could be a gaming moment, but gaming is as fucked over by Stygian as always because 0 energy start. So gaming is going to be very, very difficult, but like if you can make gaming work with the 0 ER or the 0 energy at the start, yeah, he'll be a pretty good choice. Hi, Geraldo, how you doing? Assume Mualani would be okay against him. Yeah, I would like to be able, like, I don't see why. It might be a little bit difficult. Hold on. Let's just do some testing against this dude. Why stream today and no stream yesterday? Just because that's what works with my schedule. I had things to do yesterday and I don't have things to do today. Mualani. Well, I feel like, I mean, I've been doing it with Mona. So I feel like in Overworld at least, I'm not going to have any issues with Mualani. Surely in Overworld, I will not have any issues with Mualani. Maybe this is also the stream where I fucking relearn how to play Mualani. Also, I shouldn't have gotten rid of Mona.
This is how it must be.
Shouldn't have gotten rid of Mona. Wow. Fuck it. Sure, why not? Sure, why not? I'm fast equipping because I can't be fucked. I simply cannot be fucked. Yippee! Mona is gonna be... Oh, wait, no. Wait, I do... Let's ball out. Let's ball out, guys. Think we need more Auron. This team lacks the Tism. I think we'll be fine. I think Mona will make up for it. What if I do 5-piece? What if I'm a villain that does 5-piece? It's not like it matters. It's not like it gosh dang matters. Beautiful. Oh, wait. It's gonna be fucked up. Maybe I do that. Am I gonna be overcritting? Let's find out. Over cap, over cap, over cap. Over cap. Ooh, just barely. I'm back. What are we doing? Mualani, baby. Mualani, baby. I do use her on Widsith. Shit, I forgot. I forgore. It's been so long since I played Mualani. I swear I do like her, guys. Swear to God, I do like her. Durin might be like but then again, we have another fucking instance of we just want Durin for every single boss. That's what the Stygian is. It's just everybody wants Durin. Durin too cracked.
Observe and know my heart.
You're fucking... I can't think of a funny joke. I'm sorry. What is this godly Mualani build? I just got lucky. That's what it is.
Recorded. Each deed will be judged.
Oh, oops. There you go. That's why I'm gonna grab a C2 during next patch. Unfortunately, that's not gonna help you.
Not yet.
More during constellations. I know we call them copies, but you don't actually get another Durn on your account. You are still gonna be stretched thin.
Each deed will be judged.
Leave it to me. A turning point in fate.
By laws saw
Shadows of
creation
fate.
born.
Fate is
By
upon you.
motion stars inscribed.
Let's ride.
I don't even know if that did anything. I couldn't really tell. Mualani's probably going to be fine against it. I'm imagining that she's going to really want either Mawika or Durin, because she's not going to want... She's going to want a Pyro Applier that can deal a significant amount of damage, so they can break the Hydro Crystal. That's why I was talking about, oh, she's probably going to want Durin, because she really does just want... She wants someone that is able to break the Hydro Crystal, because you're going to be getting a Hydro Crystal. Stygian is Abyss and Durin is Abyss. What? I don't know if it's Durin Crack or just lack of off-field pyro. It's a little bit of a lack of off-field pyro. It's a little bit of a lack of off-field pyro damage. PMC my bad, PMC slander. Can we do it with PMC? PMC, you know what? I'm not going to test against Overworld. Overworld's going to be fine. I'm going to be able to do fucking fine in Overworld. But do you really do? Do you do PMC last slot here? I guess so. Is this what we're doing? Am I remembering how to play Mona? Mualani, guys? I think I'm remembering how to play Mualani. Do what with PMC? I'm talking about this this boss that's going to be in Stygian. The new one that got added this patch in Overworld. What a team. What a fucking team. Durin just makes everything so much easier with how much pyro he applies and how long his uptime is. I've been like trying to use PMC, but what am I looking for? Who did I get? Mualani, Durin, Mona, Sucrose.
Increasing our combat strength?
We're looking good.
I'll do my best.
We're looking fresh. Maybe I could do some practice with PMC.
Off we go.
Man, it's been a while since I did this in stream. It has been a fucking while since I did this in stream. We'll see if I can get by with no.
Delved into destiny. Decided
No,
by
no.
destiny. Carving way.
No. What am I doing? I need to, I feel like, is the rotation then...
Turning point in.
Written in the stars.
Nope. Fuck.
Check this out. That's the one.
I can never find the right rotations to be playing Mualani. I feel like every sheet I see is fake. I feel like every single Mualani sheet is fucking fake. Because I feel like I just never have the right combination of pyro application. Like, I don't understand. You don't do Durin after Mona. You can't do Durin after Mona because you need the Hydra to get the swirl off of Sucrose. Mualani, Shiloh, Yao Yao, Pyro, MC. Okay, well that's not gonna have any issues of pyro application. Like, am I really, like, how am I fucking this up?
Let me scroll.
Turning point in.
Decided by destiny.
Maybe I do that.
Carving way.
I clicked! Thank you, Mualani.
An epic wave.
Thank you, Mualani.
Leave it to me. Kane.
Delved into destiny. Fate is upon you. Stay clear.
Okay. That's a little bit more functional. I think it's... Is it just normal E on Sucrose? I feel like it's just got to be normal E on Sucrose. Maybe that's where I'm fucking up, is I'm not applying enough Animo on Sucrose. Because that can easily... that can take away my Pyro Aura.
Kane! New life!
Let me scribe. Decided by destiny. Animal Tech 63.
Oh, wait, but then we have the issue, yeah. Mona's fucking skill. Mona's annoying ass skill. What if you just don't use her skill? I don't like using Durin from Melania because his burst lasts too long. Why not let Durin go last? Because Durin... It's buff up time. Mona and Sucrose both have really short buff up time, so I need to be maximizing the amount of time that Mualani is catching both of their buffs. So I'll get extra vaporizes, but then I'll be losing a bunch of fucking buffs. You get energy problems if you don't use your skill?
Kane! New life!
Written in the stars.
Let's find out.
Absorption test. Let's ride.
Okay.
Story has only just...
Fates
Who?
upon you.
Who's getting energy issues?
Animal Tech 63 await. Amazing.
It's Durin is. That's who.
Point in...
Oh, and now she is.
Written in the stars. Absorption test. Carbon wave. Amazing. Let's shred, Starkey.
Okay. So that's just, what the fuck is Durin on? Durin is now on... He's on his 150 build. He is on a 150 build. I don't know why he's having problems. 153 is really not enough? That's surprising. Can you not use Sheila here? Is she needed elsewhere? Sucrose is just better. I've been learning to use Sucrose because Sucrose is just better. But I could technically use her. I'm like just surprised. I feel like this is enough ER to function in a real like context where I'm getting particles from the enemy. But I don't know. I could also just like do a fucking
Kane! New life!
Decided by destiny. Ha! Animal Tech 63 await. Let's ride. Delved into death.
Watch out! Story has only just...
Fate is upon you. Absorption test.
oh fuck.
Stay back!
I'm not supposed to do that.
Point in...
But it was going alright. It was going alright. Is that Fab Mona? No, it's Pamber Mona. But I could also just Fab Mona and then my problems are solved. But then I lose a defensive slot. I guess in that case you can run Shilonin. And also, Pamber isn't as important. Like, the reason Pamber is important now is that Mona is on Song, the set that gives you damage bonus to your on-fielder based on the healing that the holder does. So Mona just doesn't have another fucking good set in Mualani teams at this point. So she's using Pamber to do a little bit of healing and Song so you can actually buff Mualani a tiny bit. But once we get the Hex set, there's gonna be less reason to use Pamber. And then yeah, then maybe I would do Shilonen in this slot. Anyways, I already fucked up. Already fucked up. Layla and Ino just got me my Abyss clear. Congratulations. They were the only ones on like it was Ino Layla first half, Ino second half, and they both cleared by themselves. I assume. I didn't mean to do that. I fat fingered that. I meant to press W. How are you guys doing? Let's just wait for a second while we wait for my Durin skill to come off cooldown. Alright. How is Sucrose better? It's not important because Durin's here, but like if you're not using Durin, if you're using like either Moika or PMC, then Sucrose activates Hex for Mona, which is really, really nice. Sucrose has better Red Shred, she gives EM, and Mualani doesn't have, she vapes all of her damage, so EM is really, really good for her, and she doesn't have a lot of great sources of EM. That's it, really. She gives EM, which Mualani doesn't really get otherwise. Mona gives a fuckload of damage bonus, so the damage bonus that Shilonen gives isn't as important. It's still good, but it's less important. And Sucrose VV just shreds more res than Shilonen does. Sucrose rocking TDDS? No, sir. No, sir. She's on her sig.
Shadows of fate,
Story has only just begun.
decided by destiny. Animal Tech 60, let's ride! Let me scribe.
Okay. You
Written in the stars. Huh. Amazing. Shadows of fate.
watch out.
Durin! This has got me seriously fucked up. This has got me seriously fucked up. 153 isn't enough? What the fuck is wrong with this dude? What the fuck is wrong with this dude? I thought 150 was basically enough in every team that he's ever in. Is this just a... I think this is just a training dummy moment. I hope this is just a training dummy moment. I pray to fucking God this is a training dummy moment. Doesn't Durin need like 160 in solo pyro? I mean, I guess. But again, I think that's assuming 0 particles from enemies, which never happens. I guess it happens in Stygian. I guess it does happen in Stygian. Which that's where your ER needs matter the most. Mualani PMC Super Sheila feels fine, but PMC uptime feels weird. Yeah, that's why I prefer Durin. That's why overall I usually prefer Durin in Mualani teams. How many particles does that team generate? Off the top of my head, I don't know. Where the fuck am I doing? Where am I going? I'm like trying to find someone. Every time I'm like, this is a DPS dummy issue. Let me go test against something else. And then I'm like, oh yeah, there is nothing else. It's fucking dummy or nothing. Like, this Abyss isn't even... Yeah, no, this Abyss is terrible. This Abyss is fucking awful for Mualani. What's second side? I forget what's going on in second side. Ugh. Woof. I get a bunch of free damage bonus, I guess. Isn't it like a super low amount? Not really. Not really. It's probably just a Fab Mona angle. Sumeru Desert Triangle, I fear he will die immediately. I fear anything will die immediately. It probably is just a Fab Mona angle. And then you can skip the skill entirely. But Mona... is... Okay, Mona's 3 particles. That's not a bunch. Durin's 4, right? Durin's 4, yeah. Sucrose might be another 3? Sucrose is variable, I know. Yeah, sometimes 3, sometimes 4. I got lucky there. Mualani is 4. Is she sometimes 5? No bless Mona so you can puff Durin. Well, if I'm no blessing Mona, like I guess I could. But I'm just gonna wait for the hex support set. I am just gonna wait for the hex support set. Let's go back. Let's go back and try this out. That's a great thing about Fab Mona is that she basically doesn't need to build crit rate. Cause she hits 1,000,000 times when she's on field. And she gets boosted crit rate with C4. Which I guess you do need C4. I guess that is a thing. Mona's beating out like a feast every patch, right? Hera? Oh my god. Mona just fucking can't stop winning. I am so happy that I had my Mona at level 80 before the hex buffs and I barely had to build her at all. She's just been like fun and cool and interesting. The reason that I really, really like how her buffs worked, where she extends the duration of her burst buff based on how many normal attacks she does, is that yeah, you get a bunch of duration extension, but because she needs a little bit of field time to actually do it, it's like sort of fake, and you don't get all the duration extension that her kit says that you get, unless you're playing DPS Mona, which is cool. I don't know. I just like the kind of trade-off of a character that you stay a little bit on field to make them a better off-fielder.
Shadows of story has only just begun.
Decided by destiny. Stand clear.
Bursting for free. Oh fuck.
Stay back. Story has
Written in the stars. Animal test 6308. Let me scribe.
leave it to me.
Boy. Okay, alright. We need every fucking particle we can get in this team. We need absolutely everything we can get here. Like, if I had just gotten the extra particles from Mona's skill, even if Durin was off-field and they were the particles of the wrong element. Try the same team in Natlan Artifact Codex domain. 3 enemies weak to Pyro there. Oh, I guess you could do that, but you're also just gonna one-shot all of them. Doing 3 Sucro skills instead of 2 worth it for the particles? I'm not actually doing 2 skills. I'm doing 1 normal attack and a skill. Although I'm curious.
Story has only just
I don't know. Does her skill have 0 ICD? Okay. Whatever. Not a big deal. I don't care. It's not like I wanted to hit anything. It's not like I wanted to fucking hit anything. Does it even... Yeah. Yes, Sucro skill does give particles. 3 to 4. Hi, Dragon. How you doing? I could spam her skill for energy, but... Hold on.
Animal test 6308.
Okay, it has no ICD. So technically I could hit it twice. Because the point of me doing the normal attack was to remove the extra Hydro Aura so that Durin can immediately apply Pyro and Mualani can start vaping. I just have to get lucky with my sack frags procs every rotation. Emblem, Sucrose, and just forget VV. Oh, true. I'm made to craft R5 Regalia. Thank you for your strong support and encouragement. All right, have fun. I don't know if what I said qualifies as strong support and encouragement, but you know what? We'll fucking take it. We'll absolutely take it. Anything for Kave, baby. Anything. Alright, sorry. I need to pull something up real quick. What the fuck? Okay. Twitch overlay is screaming at me. Let's do... Okay, okay.
Delves into a turning point in space. Fate is upon you. Absorption test. Stay clear. Let's ride. Amazing.
Whee!
Shadows of fate.
Watch out! Kane!
Written in the stars.
I didn't do a charge attack. I don't know what it's been recently. I feel like I've been doing so many more charge attacks when I don't mean to. Not good.
Turning point.
Fate is upon you. Absorption test. Delves into death. Story has only just decided by destiny. Animal test 6308. Let's ride.
Two punch DPS Mona does that? Oh. I guess that is my issue.
Let me scrap.
Leave it to me.
This is working now.
Written in the stars.
Stop it!
Stay clear. Animal test 60. Shadows of fate.
This is fucking working.
Turning
Fate is upon you. Absorption test. Stay
Isn't that a thing in her kit? It's not that she will automatically do charge attacks. It's that you'll get a free charged attack upon hitting a normal attack. So you still initiate it with a normal attack.
decided by destiny.
Alright, that one was legitimately just me having a fucking brain fart. That one was my fault. Look at that.
Story has only just fate is upon you. Absorption
Okay, that one wasn't.
Animal test 60. Let's ride.
Alright, I ran out of Mona Burst so fast there.
Shadows of fate.
Watch out! Story has only
Smooth rotation, thank you so much. I am not fucking anything up.
Absorption test. Stay clear. Carving way.
I'm also doing it against the stationary target. Whee! Nuke! Love it when the burst does less damage than the normals. Whew. Two-shot the desert triangle, yep. That's why we DPS dummy. Try to use Magu Kenki. Unironically, like it might be okay just because it's not circle impact. It's gonna be teleporting all over the place. Mualani, never mind. Mualani against Magu Kenki, it's gonna be teleporting fucking everywhere. Like, it has 0 health, so you only have to hit, like, 3 normal attacks against him. But, I'm late. What are the buffs? 15% more damage bonus and 10% more attack, but she has harder requirements to build, and she probably is gonna be a little bit more hex-locked. Sharky would find it eventually, truly. Mualani Burst is known for always hitting its targets. Targets. Don't gotta shoot Durin in the head for not having Burst. Yeah, thank God. I mean, it now I have a real situation where I am playing Mualani. I want to see those fake calcs of Mualani hitting like 400 million fucking DPS. What are those teams doing? What are those fake ass fucking rotations? Prune's 100% an upgrade over Venti at C6. She always was, but that was never Venti's purpose. If you come in my chat and you say, Venti's getting replaced from Varka teams, you never deserved to have Venti in the first place. You don't love him. But yeah, gonna be better than Venti. It's like Venti isn't even best in slot anyways. It's like Sucrose is basically the same shit. You only play Venti if you either need the things that Venti provides, like the energy refund or the grouping, or if you want to play Venti in this slot. Can I do anything right now? Can I do anything right now? Will anything be fun? No, it won't be fun. This fuck-ass Abyss. It's supposed to be the Natlan Abyss, and it's anti-Mualani. Venti got a Band-Aid buff to help Varka. Yes. That wasn't ever supposed to be, this is your support. He was never supposed to be the support. He was just an option. I love my vague posting king. Alright, just asking sheet-wise. Yeah. Venti was never fucking that far ahead anyways, and Prune is intended to be in the slot. But Prune is not best in slot in Venti teams. Farazan is still better. Farazan still rocks her ass for Venti. I think. I'm gonna have to do some well, I probably won't get C6 Prune, but I really want C6 Prune. I really want C6 Prune so badly. But I would like to test once Prune actually comes out. I think I'm gonna have to do some actual testing of Prune versus Farazan, but they're fairly close, but it seems like Farazan might pull ahead a very tiny bit. But personal damage might be personal damage. Prune having higher personal damage than Farazan might push the envelope into her direction. Do you have C6 Faru? Yes, I do. Thank God. I picked up C6 Faru when I picked up Wanderer on his last rerun in Fontaine. Farazan C6 is going to be Bitcoin one day? What do you mean? It's been Bitcoin for the past fucking, like, 4 years. It's only getting worse with time. Like, the fact that Prune is a much more generic... She still has a lot of restrictions, but she is a bit more of a generic buffer than Farazan is, and she still puts up a pretty competitive placing in Venti teams. Farazan is not long for this world. Unfortunately, I don't think Farazan is very long for this world. Like, she was never, like, fantastic in Varka teams, but, like, she's getting pushed out of Lanyan teams because Lanyan has significant non-animo damage. Ifara will find a way. Well, she's still, like, a fucking cracked unit. She's probably just not going to be crazy best in slot and necessary for animo DPSs anymore, which, honestly, maybe I prefer it that way. I prefer animo DPS being reliant on a single 5-star than 7 4-stars. Do you want to do exploration? Do we want to do not questing exploration today? Boop. Have you done Linnea quest? I have not. Probably gonna do that off stream. Wonder if Prune is good at spending Duran C1. Isn't Duran C1 nearby active characters? So she's not gonna use them when she's off field. Farazan will eventually only be good for Xiao. Well, considering Farazan is still better for Venti and still better for Wanderer as far as I know right now. I mean, I don't think there's ever going to be a world where Farazan is best in slot for Xiao and she's not best in slot for Wanderer, because they're the exact same fucking unit. Wanderer exists, but he's kind of weird for teams because he needs a shield. I have terrible news. I have terrible news for you. Wander are going to be getting a big boost off of that one. 7 4-stars where you really need that last copy to actually glue the other 6 copies together. Well, yeah. Yes. Is it worth upgrading my Durin to C2 or should I just get Nicole? I don't fucking know. Those are 2 very different units and it's also 2 very different investments. Like, Nicole is kind of a Durin. She's like a shitty Durin constellation, but you can use her in a lot more situations. I guess Nicole is like a Durin Sig if Durin Sig was more universal. This is not a good comparison that I'm making. But like if you really are just trying to improve your Durin, Nicole is kind of a shitty Durin constellation, but like that's the point, is that she is able to upscale the rest of your team along with Durin. Durin is just one of the biggest benefactors from Nicole, which is why I'm kind of calling her. It's a sort of similar situation to how Columbina interacts with lunar units. Where she's really a buff to the off-fielders. Like, she's not doing anything especially good for your on-fielders. She's not making your on-fielder deal a significant amount of more damage. But she's uplifting the entire team a little bit more, so she's able to squeeze more damage out that way. And Nicole also has actual quality of life over Durin. Like, Durin constellations don't... Durin constellations don't fix his fucking horrible ER needs. God damn it. God damn it. What point have we reached where I'm complaining about Durin ER needs? But, like, Durin constellations, they never fix anything with his ER. But, like, Nicole is going to have... She has a full party attack buff, and yeah, it's a little bit lower than Bennett's is, but it's on her skill, so she doesn't need energy, and she creates a shield when she makes it, and she's not circle impact, so you can fucking run around wherever you want, and you won't get fucked over by enemy patterns. Get that skill talent, Con? My bad. My bad. Oh, wait, my bad. Does that even do anything for his energy generation? I'm not sure. Hi, Codicism. How we doing today? Does that even do anything? Like, does it cap out? It does increase the refund? Is it by the same 3 energy? Because that's pretty big if it does that. That's his burst. That's not his skill. Oh, yep. So you get 9 more energy off that. That's alright. That's okay. Would you consider Durin DPS? What do you mean? I generally just don't like Durin DPS. He's a very good, like, you can just on-field him. You can buff the shit out of him, and Durin can do some real work. Especially with Lohen coming out. Durin is the DPS in Lohen teams. Lohen's just kind of hanging out on field and doing some extra damage and applying cryo for Durin. But I generally don't really like... I think Durin is a lot more fun as a supportive unit. So I only really play him as a supportive unit. Without enough, 140 should be enough. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I love Durin ER needs. I'm complaining, but like I genuinely prefer it this way. Like, the reason why I was so fucking down on Natlan is because I was like, all of these Natlan units have no energy needs at all. You don't give a fuck about their bursts. I think energy is a cool mechanic. Hot take. One of the core mechanics that the entire game is designed around that has a ton of flexibility and variance within its kind of the ways you can meet it. I think it's a good mechanic. I like using bursts. I like characters having energy needs. Yes, I will complain nonstop about Lauma's horrible, disgusting, ridiculous ER needs, but I greatly prefer a Lauma that has ER needs over a Lauma that doesn't. Because it just makes building her a lot more difficult and interesting. it leads to a dynamic that wouldn't have been there otherwise, where otherwise you would have just stacked EM on her, and she would have been a boring as fuck unit to build. I like energy needs. I think energy needs are a good thing, and I like it when energy needs... I don't know. I like it when sometimes you don't need to meet energy needs, like sometimes Columbina Burst isn't necessary, sometimes an Effa Burst isn't necessary. Durin, Sucrose, Benny Seat Lolly, and walk on field for Benny ult while his Dolt does the damage? Yeah. Well, what's the team? What's the current team? The current one is Mona, Bennett, Durin, Farina. Hi, Charlotte. How you doing? In any case, I like ER needs. I think ER needs are a good thing. I would like them to keep ER needs in the game. Because then also, I can say that I know having no ER needs at all is a positive thing. I can use it to talk big on, I know. Okay, let's just do this. Perish. There we go. Delicious. Treats, treats, treats.
Quick, pick it up. Hope I didn't just jinx us.
Crazy that Sig doesn't at least give a small amount of energy. Well, the intention, at least from what I think, is running him with Venti. Because Venti giving him 15 flat energy, Jesus Christ. Maybe not like the full intention, because obviously they're pushing Venti out of Varka's best team, but also they're introducing Nicole, who Nicole has way better particle generation than Bennett does, so Durin is not going to have particularly bad ER needs in Varka Premium, because likely what you can do, well, I don't know. Yeah, Nicole Burst is obviously a lot less important than Durin Burst, so if you really, really are like struggling with ER needs, you can just funnel your particles from Nicole into Durin, meet your needs just fine. Even if you're at 0 energy, I imagine using a skill and catching both Durin and Nicole's particles basically gets him to full, even at 140. Not at 130, though. Please give your Durin more energy recharge than 130. Unless you're playing him in a Venti team. Where do I go for this? Is this going inside? Let me in. Fuck you. Does Prune make a lot of particles? Reportedly 5. Which is also a lot of particles. But they're Animo, so they matter a lot less to Durin. But it's still cool. Dark Souls door, so it seems. I don't think I'm supposed to do this. But since when has that stopped me? I beat Hera with fucking Vape Mona. Since when is what I'm supposed to do stopped me? Who's gonna tell them? Why are you saying that like I literally didn't just say, I don't think I'm supposed to do this, but I'm gonna do it anyways? Even if someone told me, I wouldn't care. You probably can't get in this door either. Oh, never mind, it's open. Okay, what do I do here? What's the puzzle? I didn't like read anything going on in this area. Alright, let's drop you down. What is this? Projectile type? Okay. The flying thing exists. You prefer the masochism route? Is spending 30 seconds climbing really considered the masochist route? I just think I think we might need a higher standard for what counts as masochism. Oh, hello. Can I open it from here? Yes, I can. Oh, and now those go away. Alright, so now I'm probably able to do the puzzle. Am I actually? I have no clue what's going on here. Oh, that just goes back up. Down and back up. Yes, I fear. You know what? I guess your name is Misinformations. I guess I should have known better. I guess I should have known better. Alright, this is... This took more than 10 seconds, so I'm gonna go do something else. I, like, don't know... What is it? So this is turning me into this. What is this? That's the Omni... I played TCG. Oh! What the fuck is going on? Operate? Oh. Was that just teaching me the mechanic? That was just teaching me the mechanic. Why is this there? Okay. There we go. TCG stream? No, never.
Suspense.
I did TCG one time on stream, and I lost like 10 viewers in the over the course of like 3 minutes. It was fucking wild. TCG is like fine. It's acceptable. What? Why do you require 3 if each one of these cannons is just gonna have 3? Why not just require 1? There must be other puzzles where there aren't cannons that have, or like there are cannons that have less than, okay. Alright, buddy. Have we been getting more of these? I feel like we've been getting more of these. I feel like this happened my last stream too. The last stream that I was exploring a little bit. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. It happened with Aoife. Wall Eater? I wish he wouldn't. I wish he wouldn't Weed Eater. I don't know. What is 2 plus 2? I should have got stuck in a door yesterday. Right? Am I crazy? I've also, you know what is another thing, is I've been playing through some fucking Lego games recently, and Jesus Christ, those are all awful on PC. Those are all absolutely disgusting on PC. They have, like, so many fucking horrible glitches that, like, cause you to get caught in so many places. I had to redo the fucking final level of Lego Lord of the Rings 2 separate times. Because I got game-breaking glitches on both of them. Oh, hello! What the hell? What did I get over here? I got more of those. Okay, it's a claymore. What? Why the fuck am I getting a claymore billet? Can you get other billets from exploring this place? All the quality assurance went to Prune. Can you get non-claymore billets? Because, like, claymore billets are kind of the ones I don't really need right now. I want polearm, I want sword, I want catalyst. Apparently I want to make a... What the fuck is it? People have been talking about flowing purity for Prune. And you know what? You know what's really, really sad? Is this Prune buff came through, and now for the first time in my fucking long Genshin career, I am regretting refining my Skyward Atlas. How do you have so less billets? I never use mine. Well, there's your answer. You never use yours. I always use mine. But yeah, I'm regretting refining my Skyward Atlas because I was like, what the I'm never going to need another Skyward Atlas for any reason. Because Flowing Purity is the highest attack % free-to-play option. Well, then why? No. Okay, so I didn't finish my thought. I know that's why people are asking for Flowing Purity, but people are talking about R5 Flowing Purity like R5 does anything. Like, am I stupid? Am I stupid? Let me reopen that window. Am I fucking stupid? I thought all that the refinements on it was... All the refinements did was elemental damage. Flowing Purity is there. Yeah, it's elemental damage bonus. Which, like, I guess she can make use of. But... Elemental damage bonus will be 8% for 15 seconds. I guess. Anyways, here's hoping that I get another fucking Skyward Atlas. Here's hoping that I get another Skyward Atlas. I'm not. I'm never gonna get another Skyward Atlas. It's fucking over for me. I should never refine this one. I am feeling immense regret. I've refined my other 2 standard 5 stars without any regrets, thank God. But the Skyward Atlas eventually, they got me. They fucking got me. That Bond of Life is not it. Yeah, I'm like, it's not even the refines. I'm looking at it and I'm like, you're not going to be clearing these. You're not going to be clearing the Bond of Life. Because you don't have any healing going on in Varka teams. You're very rarely going to have it. I feel like it's just not going to happen very often that you're going to have a healer in Prune teams. At least one that can heal her for full. And then you're getting, wow, 16% on at R5. You get a whole fucking 16% elemental damage bonus. You get 2% per refine. The humble Pamber and Nicole. Maybe we do that. It's not worth it. It might be worth it to me. Shut up about your fucking Oathsworn Eye, okay? I don't want to hear shit about an Oathsworn Eye. That horrible weapon. Are there other weapons that I have that could be any more useful? What are my weapon options for Prune? Let's do a pre-build. Let's do a pre-build. That ain't too bad. I'm so pissed off that there's no fucking event weapon. Jesus Christ. I'm just upset. No event weapon 2 patches in a row. This would have been the perfect opportunity too. Because Prune and Nicole used the exact same fucking stats. You could have just made it an Oathsworn Eye too. And replacing it with skins and ugly ones too. They weren't even fucking nice enough to give us an okay looking skin. It's a hideous skin. Not that it would have been better if it was a good looking skin. It still would have sucked hot ass. I like just don't have good options. I don't have good options outside of Skyward Atlas. I feel so fucking stupid for refining this thing now. Maybe I have to wail on standard to get another Skyward Atlas. Maybe I honestly just... Wait, I could just kind of Lost Prayer her. Prune, that is. I might genuinely fucking... what's it called? Hakushin for Electrovarka is kind of real. Yeah, that's why I thought about it for a second. It's still not a good one. But Hakushin for Electrovarka is a real thing. The Humble Eye of Perception, it's a low base attack weapon. Flowing Purity is better by nature of it being high base attack. But is Flowing Purity better than a Lost Prayer? I think it's time to find some stuff out. I think it's time to find out some interesting things. Prune. Will you stop it? I get it. I fucking get it. Stop telling me How would Prune do in a Nuvi Farina and Duran team? Functional. Not particularly good. I mean, I guess she can hold VV. She can give you a bit of a damage bonus buff, but it's not crazy. I guess she's kind of just going to be Kazuha too. She's kind of just going to be a Kazuha again. Damn. Kazuha's going to get out fucking done by a 4-star, a C0 4-star. I mean, I think Kazuha's still probably going to be better, but not by much. Let's do Lost Prayer. Lost Prayer is better, methinks, because the crit does more meaningful damage increase for her. That's what I'm thinking. No attack percent substat. Nah, how much attack percent does Flame Purity even give? 27%. What the fuck is 27% attack? And it's also lower base attack. I genuinely, like, this actually might be a Lost Prayer angle. It's so funny. How do you get VV in the software? What do you mean? As a supportive set, you have to equip it as a supportive set, and then you have to go to the debuffs tab. And then click artifacts. Would you give Prune Widsith and pray for the attack buff? That's also kind of hilariously... Well, no. Widsith is a mid-base stack, right? Yeah, it's a 5/10. That's really funny. Okay, let's do a little bit of a... Let's just check her in a Varka team. Let's do my VV. I have a really fucking good DPS VV build. Not really good. No, never mind. I started thinking about it and I'm like, it's not crazy. It's okay. It's alright. You. Let me equip all my pieces. I can feel it in my head. I can feel it in my head. What am I looking for? I'm looking for attack percent. Thank you. Looking for attack percent. Thank you. Website. I know the website's still on screen. I'm not trying to show you guys anything. I'm just trying to equip this to get a simulated prune build. Do I even have... Do I have an attack percent circlet on set? I don't think I do, but... Never mind. I don't need one because everything else... Misuki building stream you shouldn't have. Unfortunately, I didn't. Unfortunately, I didn't. Okay. Now I guess I can show you guys. Build, 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 build. That's not enough energy recharge. I'm gonna have to fiddle around, and I'm definitely gonna have to get a little bit more energy recharge than that. But I feel like it won't be too far off since you're usually playing her with other animo units. In any case, we can use this as a baseline. Does Prune EDR? Yes, she is burst reliant. And nothing. She's just burst reliant. She does need EDR. Let's do a little itty bitty. Itty bitty. Okay, relevant stats. Relevant stats. 13.2 crit damage, 3.9 crit rate. And 15 point something attack. 15.2 attack percent and 33 flat attack. Boom. 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 Prune is getting VV or the new support hex set. Usually VV, at least in Varka teams. There's actually a chance she can do Noblesse in certain teams. In general, I'm going to say it's probably rare that she is going to be running the new hex supportive set because you are going to be running her with Nicole a lot, and Nicole is going to be the one who's on that set. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like, you could put, if you're playing like a Venti team, like a Duran, Prune, Nicole, Venti, and you don't need VV, then you could do, it doesn't really matter. You could do either Prune Noblesse or Nicole Noblesse, and then you could put either of them on the hex set. 28 and 7. No, not 7D. 28. This is 21.8 and 6.6. Did I say 21.8? I did. What's 9 plus 10? Don't know why Duran actually buffs Mualani. He's mainly just there, yeah, for pyro application. He doesn't buff Mualani in any meaningful way. You can, like, I think Mawika is often better. Pyro Traveler can be better. I just use Duran for ease of play. 13.2 and 3.9. Wow, these rolls are a little bit low than I thought. But I do have flat attack on this. 53. That matters. And then Circlet is 7 crit rate, 6.2 crit damage. 7 crit rate, not 70. New hex set really have to be held by a hex character? It does. Unfortunately, I hate it. I hate it. You hate it. We all hate it. They don't have it listed yet. What the fuck? Why is it not here? But yeah. Kind of sad there isn't a Noblesse for HP scalers. Yeah, they just get all the damage bonus sets. They just get every other set in the game other than Noblesse. Poor HP scalers, whatever shall they do? Alright. This is looking... Oh, and I get 54 flat attack on that. Okay. I am looking at baseline. Okay. Let's do... units that matter to her. I'm just going to do Duran Nicole. Duran. He has his weapon, but guess what? It doesn't matter. Let's put him on Noblesse, and you. I don't really need to put you on Heaven's Gift, but I will. I fucking will. Would Instructor work on Duran for Mualani? Yeah. It would. It'd be kind of rough because Duran usually ends up going first because of his high uptime, but you don't get high uptime on Instructor. You could do it. You might have also some issues triggering a reaction unless you like. I'm thinking what the rotation that I was doing with Mona Sucrose Duran was Mona skill first, so it doesn't last off field and apply way too much hydro. Do Mona skill first, then you do Duran stuff, then you do Mona burst, then you do Sucrose. It's all you're sacrificing Duran damage, but Duran damage wasn't massive in that team in the first place. It's possible. It's probably a wash. It's probably a wash because you get pretty low uptime on it. And Duran does deal some significant damage, and sacrificing all his damage for such a low uptime buff, probably not the best. Oh, wait, no, you are Hex. Why am I not allowed to... I don't want to listen to that. Why are there no buffs in the self category? She does buff herself. What the hell? You know what I need to do? I need to pull Veresa Sig for Prune. That's what I need to do. That's got me fucked up that I just thought about that for a single second. That shit gives it's a high base attack weapon. It gives crit damage substat. It gives 28% attack on passive. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. No, not Plunge Prune. It just is a good... That's just, like, gonna be one of her best stat sticks to be dealing some damage off field. Gonna get Lama, but I'm not sure if I want Moeka. That feels like a lot of investment, but I have no real Bloom characters. Up to you. I hate to say it, but it's up to you. If you already have a Durin, I think there's a lot less case for Moeka. Because just off-field Moeka is much less of a compelling thing. But if you really care to do on-field Moeka, I feel like on-field Moeka, Melt Moeka is generally not a very popular team. For how good it is, I think people play a lot more Overload Moeka, and they often use her in a more supportive role. I have, like, no characters. Mav is probably a better standalone character than Lauma is. Lauma is really good at enabling certain things with characters that you already have, but I think Mav is probably a much better character to be getting on an account with little investment. Account was started during this Lantern, right? Okay, yeah. Maybe you don't have to take my suggestion, but Mav might be nice. Attack for... I'm not getting upgraded because she's not on field. That I don't care about. Why does she not have a self buff? That's got me seriously fucked up. Neither of those because she's off field. But you are getting Noblesse. Oh, hold on. T6. Let's just average, I don't know, 4 stacks? Whenever Witch Lure Bell or Bane Hunter Oldtimer is an element, her attack increases by 5. So that's... It needs 4 hits. Yeah, I think averaging 4 stacks is fine. Give her some attack from C6. Why is it not here? I'm sorry. I'm fucking tweaking. Because she has a whole Hex passive in her kit. And it's just not listed. Yeah, VV for Pyro. Does she even have... Where? Witch Lure Bell? A1 hit. There it is. Guidance with the OC decreases... No, I don't have that. I don't have that. I don't have that. I don't know. That's got me fucked up looking at that. He can only shred res for 4 elements. Just kidding, it's 5 because Pyro. Okay. Oh. Talents. 8/8. And then we have to give herself a custom buff for 45 attack. Because for some reason I'm just not allowed to add that. What the fuck is that? Okay, so I feel like she basically does need C6 to max out her buff. No, she doesn't. Her buff maxes out at 4,500. Am I missing something? Maybe it's just because I'm using Lost Prayer. Okay, hold on. Let me look at this. So, bigger buff. Hit, we're seeing 11, we're seeing 12. Oh, and hold up. I'm being a dumbass. Because... Also, she's fucking buffing her own damage. It doesn't let me... It doesn't let me buff her own damage here, so I need to apply her own damage bonus. So she's missing 50% damage bonus right now. Active character, Animo, cool. So I get damage bonuses to both of those elements. Oh, because I didn't activate Hex on these guys. There we go. That was my problem. Because for a second I was like, what the fuck? Why am I only getting a 20% bonus from that set? There it is. Okay. Teammates. And there we go. Wait, no. Silent Contemplation. I still am missing... I'm gonna go to 6 stacks. Fuck it, why not? Wait, this is like meaningless. I'm maxing out the buff regardless. I don't even need C2 and I'm already... Oh, never mind. I do need at least 1 stack of C2. Oh, because you need that initial 10% to break it over. Can still average 4. Team damage bonus. Where is... Okay, well, she's getting a full custom 50% damage bonus. Do I have to add? I think I have to add, yeah. 50% Pyro, 50% Animo. Because that's the only damage that she does. $50. It's Prune a Shanyun situation. Shanyun buffs her attack, but if her attack gets buffed by Bennett, does her own buff increase because she gets more attack from Bennett? Yes. Shanyun doesn't actually buff attack. She just adds on... She has a Quill effect, which sort of acts like an attack buff for most intents and purposes, but she doesn't buff the attack of your on-fielder. Whereas Prune, she has a really similar thing, but she actually does buff damage bonus. She doesn't buff attack. She only buffs attack at C6, and that's a flat amount of 350. But yeah. Anyways. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Look at this. Look at this shit. Fucking 22k on crit, 24k on crit. It doesn't crit. I'm only a, 66-132 ratio, which could be better. But, hi Demio, how you doing? I am doing lovely. I'm doing Prune Calx. Prune. I'm excited for Prune. It seems like on Lost Prayer, I'm able to meet her fucking attack needs fairly well. I do need constellations. I do need constellations to actually meet her full buffing potential. But I'm able to pretty easily meet the cap of her buff on Lost Prayer. So what am I comparing it to? I feel like Flowing Purity is just not even going to be close. R5. I'm not even going to bother. Like, I'm just going to look at the maximum hit. 24k. Weapons. Boom. Well, you'd actually have to go. Maybe, yeah. If we swap that to crit rate, that it just fucking tanks her damage down. Even though I didn't even give up the crit rate substat. it seems like Lost Prayer is genuinely the fucking move. It's only C2. It's all C6 also helps, yeah. But yeah, I think C2 is the only one you really need to max out the buff. Wow. That's good. That's so good. I'm gonna be using Lost Prayers on my fucking prune. That's incredible. I'm gonna be running Skyward Atlas on my Nicole because it's more important that she has higher base attack, but also Prune is getting real value from the crit rate on Lost Prayer. That's hilarious. I cannot wait. Now I am happy that I refined my Skyward Atlas because I get to fucking run. Well, I guess I could have just done that anyways, but I don't think I ever would have done the math and realized that Lost Prayer is my best option, better than an R5 Flowing Purity, even with the full effects of it. Imagine Prune just doing some random 50k ult per rotation. This motherfucker hits. Hold on. Oh, oops, I did crit damage instead of attack percent. With no passive. Motherfucker's just going in. I feel like she can't hit once every 2 seconds. Because she's dealing almost 50k. Am I like fucking up? Am I doing something wrong? Because this is an achievable prune build on my account. These are all pieces that I have. What's her scaling anyway? She has like it's like 120 on the initial hit of her burst, and it's 150 on the follow-up hit that happens if you trigger a swirl. Prune has to be your most roided out unit behind Ryo. Well, my Ryo isn't very roided out anyways. He kind of has a bad build. That's why I want to be farming Marcia Say. Because the fraud allegations are going to start flying once Lohan comes out, and I need to be able to defend my, what's it called? Pretty damn good seeing as you're stacking attack. Yeah, it seems like just being able to pick up a few stray crit stats in my substats. She gets so much damage bonus from herself and the fucking Hex artifact set. Wow, like she can do some actual real damage. So 2 hits, yeah. The first one, well, this is on crit. This is specifically on crit, and my prune only has a 66% crit rate. So I'm not getting an actual 50k every hit, but the initial hit is 22k, and the follow-up A1 hit is 24k. She's gonna be fucking pumping out numbers. She's not going to be doing nearly this much in, like, non-hex teams. Nicole is helping a lot. Nicole is doing so much here. Royal Guimar, oh, surely. Is that thing high base attack? I don't even know. I'm just going to look it up. It fucking is. So this thing is like is basically just flowing purity if you don't have the billet. Flowing purity if you don't have the billet. Okay. Is that going to be it for the prune stream? I think that's going to be it for the prune stream. I think it's about time for me to end anyways. And tomorrow, I am going to be doing a little bit of... What's it called? I'm going to be doing some questing, I think. Pretty high, and without the stupid Bond of Life thing. Well, the Bond of Life thing, like, it doesn't matter if you're not doing the Bond of Life mechanic. She's just going to be catching what? She's going to be off field. It's like big whoop. If you don't cure the Bond of Life, she just doesn't get the damage bonus. I am home from the DMV at long last. Well, I'm so sorry, because it seems like it's time for me to end stream. What was the plan with the review stream? Like viewer account reviews of just the characters? Yeah, it was going to be that. I usually I set up a little, I steal from Saluna, and I set up a little Google document, and I pick random people who submit their UIDs for a review, and I just do that for the entire stream. But I changed my mind, and I wanted to do Prune things the entire stream. I like Prune too much. I'm interested in Prune. And Jesus fucking Christ, I knew she was gonna deal damage. This is more than I expected. This is significantly more than I expected. Hitting fresh 22 fucking Ks, 24 Ks. DPS Prune is real. DPS Prune is real. It's kind of weird because like on-fielding her, you can on-field her, but most of the benefit that you get from on-fielding her is catching attack buffs. Because Nicole buffs more attack when you're on field. Bennett only buffs attack when you're on field. But like she's already building a fuckload of attack anyways. It's kind of like an Albedo situation where it's like attack is giving her double value because it's giving her attack and it's giving her damage bonus. Let's pray they don't fucking change. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's nice. Like they rebalance her to be a little bit stronger in Hex teams and a little bit weaker outside of Hex teams. And it's like, I like that she's stronger, I guess. Anyways, thank you guys so freaking much for coming. Let me open my... There we go. Oh, wait. Thank you guys so much for coming. Let me do my end off thing. If you're on Twitch, I have YouTube. If you're on YouTube, I have Twitch. Thank you so much for coming. If you are on YouTube, you can also come to Twitch. We're going to do a raid out. Twitch, please hang around for the raid out. Who are we raiding? Who's even live right now? Soul's still live. He's playing HSR. If you guys want to look at fucking HSR. Anyways, I'm going to end off on YouTube. Bye, YouTube. Thank you for coming.